Yo, what's going on everybody? Saddest here, and we are back with some more Punishing Gray Raven. I hope you guys are having a great day today. Yes, I know, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be doing Tales of Berseria Remastered today, I know. But I'll be honest, I want to do at least a bit more grinding on Tales of Berseria before we move on. Just because I want to enhance my equipment a bit more for that. And also, I'm testing out a couple new combos with the teammates, so it's like, I want to get that settled a bit more before I move on. Just for the sake of it. Again, don't worry, I'm not trying to get like level 50 or anything. But I'm just trying to like at least be a bit more prepared for it. Because let's be honest, I have been kind of getting my ass kicked with having to use life bottles a bit. It's like, I don't want to have to do that all the damn time, you know? I want to actually learn and be able to do it without having to always revive. So yeah, that's why I decided to do this instead. And also, I'm just really invested in this story that I just want to keep going. So anyway, where we last left off, we finally started Lucia Inverse Crown, or I guess Alpha actually. Her main story chapter, as she rightfully deserves. She's definitely amazing to use in battle. Again, I still really have to try to test her out a bit more and actually really learn to get used to her. Especially with that whole ignition thing, even though she's an ice user, which is cool in itself, don't get me wrong. But yeah, we're currently on a new mission now in which basically we got a signal at where the old FOS college used to be because the airship, basically the new FOS college, had disappeared all of a sudden. And it seems to have gone into the fog. And it's interesting because it's like the Hetero Tower is not here, or at least not yet. So how is it possible that such an anomaly can even occur in the first place? And what's even crazier, once again, Lucia and Alpha are resonating with each other again. Which is surprising because, again, we had kind of settled it in a Crimson Weave's chapter. So it's interesting that the phenomena is happening once again. And again, there's nothing that really kind of ties into it, because it's not going to be like their minds are going to fuse again. That doesn't seem to be the case here. But now it seems to be an implication that this monster or boss potentially could be Lucia / Alpha from another timeline that ending up in our world. It's interesting because, I mean, to be fair, we never really had stuff from alternate timelines really interact directly, right? There's always been like in some form of like indirectly when it came to the memories of the commander from one timeline affecting the clone version of him, which then helped Lamia to escape the cradle and giving humanity another chance for survival. There was also the time with Ishmael helping the commander travel back from time to the point before that terrible ending with Lucia and the Hetero Tower to create a new possibility from a complete dead-end timeline. But like I said, that was kind of more centered around the commander and such, only being given the opportunity. But again, nothing really so much that it's like, we actually have a physical person traveling to different timeline or alternate worlds. So I'll be interested to see how this would even be possible in the first place, because it also seems like potentially in this world where this potential Lucia actually existed, but when the Hetero Tower came crashing down, and in a world with the Chaos Contamination instead of the Punishing Virus, it's in a world where the other members of the Vanguard unit did survive, and they escaped. They didn't save the world, but they did escape from the fog. However, it seems like the difference this time as well is that Dominic isn't here. So, it's like, if the world's already practically ending, the Hetero Tower is already there, most of the world is gone. How is it that Lucia only kind of just shows up now, and can they even do anything for the world at this point? Because again, the difference being the Hetero Tower hadn't even come up until like already after like the post-pandemic age, the formation of Babylonia and all that, but that doesn't really seem to be the case here. So it's like, how would she even be a member of FOS College? Did they travel to another timeline again by going through the Hetero Tower? Did they have another means of doing so? I'm honestly not sure where it's going with it, but I'm heavily invested on it. It's like, I have to know what went wrong and who are these people? Especially since the only one we really knew from the Vanguard team was Nemo, aka Vonnegut, right? So it's interesting to finally see the other members of the team, right? Even though maybe they won't be exactly the same as they were from his timeline. At least getting to learn more about that side of the grand universe theory would be interesting. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and continue with that today because I really want to know what the fuck is going on here. We went through. Oh yeah, it was 9 parts we did, not 10. Damn it. And we have 19 more parts to do. So I'll see if we can at least do another 9. Then I'll try to at some point this next week to do the last 10, hopefully. Because I do want to get this done before the Wuthering Waves update. Because I have been doing like my last minute grinding on Wuthering Waves 2. Like just for the sake of it. Because otherwise those asteroids are going to go to waste. Or not asteroids, but or whatever they call it. Basically the pull currency. I want to be able to try to earn that before time runs out for it. So that's basically what I've been doing as well the past couple days. So yeah, with all that out the way now. Oh, and don't worry, we still will have our Honkai Star Rail stream tomorrow. I'm still going to leave that there. I'm just going to do Tales of Berseria either Monday or Tuesday, because I'm actually off of work for the next couple days, luckily enough, so I just get to chill and stream. So let's see. Alpha. They all left one after another. Did the last hero fail too? So yeah, this would be after supposedly Lucia and Luna were together, and all of a sudden they were kind of separated from each other, like searching for food and stuff. But again, it's like how far back has the Hetera Tower arrived early? That's my theory, because I mean, to be fair, like I said before in the last stream, it could be possible that this is a timeline where Lucia and Luna came into existence much later. Because there's always the possibility that, because again, it depends on other people's decisions, like the parents and everything. So maybe it was something along those lines that they didn't exist till after, around the same time when the Hetera Tower had actually happened and all that other shit. I don't know. It's just something I'm thinking of anyway. Or, like I said, it could be that the Hetera Tower actually ended up there much earlier than how early it was for us in the Dead End timeline. Lucia stayed when her father left home and never came back. Her mother told her he'd gone far away. In the all-too-small world of a toddler, far away meant nothing at all. Only later did she understand that it meant he was never coming back. Her mother was a researcher. Her presence was more felt than remembered. The ghost of a kiss pressed her forehead past midnight. The careful script of notes left beside plates still holding their heat. Loving, yes, but always elsewhere. So most days it was just her and Luna. Luna was the younger one. She never learned to fix her hair by herself, always wearing her clothes inside out. Lucia taught her how to brush her teeth, how to tie her shoes, held her close when the night stretched long and terrifying. It grew like that, twin saplings braided together against the wind. Then the chaos contamination came. Faces in the street grew twisted and hollow, one by one winking out, until no one remained but the two of them. Shop doors hung open, shelves lay toppled, and she picked her way through snarled glass, searching for whatever might sustain them another day to carry on. One day, her mother stopped coming back. Lucia didn't wait. She'd learned that lesson long ago when she was 3. She held Luna's hand and wandered. The world was dying slowly, and they wandered for a long, long time. From crumbling buildings to stores still standing, the scavenging went on and on. When Luna cried, she just told her that it would be okay. She'd always be there. When Luna was hungry, she split her own cooking in half over. And the Hetera Tower vanished. Oh, wait, what? It vanished? With its disappearance, the ground shuddered violently. Against the collapsing world, she held Luna tight. And then nothing. Lucia woke up to empty hands. Her sister was gone. Around her stood 12 battered adults. A woman with white hair gathered up and said, "We'll help you find her." She believed them, because belief was all she had left. Interesting. So, yeah, again, this timeline is definitely more deviated from that too. Because again, I don't think we even knew, well then again, I guess maybe potentially with construct technology maybe not up at the time in the timeline of chaos contamination. Or I mean the alternate universe with chaos contamination. Maybe there was no emphasis on the lives of Liv, Lee, Lucia, and the rest of the team. Maybe that's kind of the difference here, right? It really was more the adults doing it than the younger generation or the next generation, right? It doesn't seem to be like the main factor that's different. And we are seeing that it is much more different from the timeline of Lucia that we do know. Because, for one, how they ended up kind of on their own was different. This Lucia seemed to have matured a bit more to the point where she decided to survive independent of their mother, right? Whereas our Lucia, they stayed with the mother, and the mother hit them before the ensuing attack of the punishing virus, the corrupted. And instead of actually just going to an orphanage after the incident, they actually just decided to wander on their own to have each other's backs only. Which is interesting. Again, starting to really see where the differences are between one Lucy and the next. Yura turns the page. To know the child better, she had taken note of the essentials. Name, approximate age, physical records, and a date. Perfect. The gaze lingers on the date for 2 seconds. Because the file and pushes open the conference room. Oh right, yeah, because they said they were going to try to go back to base now, right? To figure out what the next step is. Because again, it's most of the Vanguard team is still back, but it's just they don't have what's it called? They don't have Dominic. Which makes sense, right? It's still too early for us to really see Dominic. I know we're 30-something chapters in the main story, but still, it's learning about Dominic would probably be when we're starting to get close to the real shit. But it's we are way too far for that still, considering we're still kind of in the evolutionary stage. Scars of the header tower left behind have yet to heal. Below in this room mistakes the gravity of the hour. And the table sits empty. Oh, okay. So the header tower was there when they came back, but a bit after, when meeting Lucia, it disappeared. Okay, because I was what are you talking about? It disappeared. We didn't get to see that. But okay, that's what happened. Alright. So interesting that it left. They didn't do anything. Maybe Dominic stayed behind in this timeline and actually did something within the tower? Kind of like how we were able to do it. About that rift left behind when the header tower disappeared. Julian, can you walk us through what you've seen so far? Non-linear acceleration and progress. White fog bleeds outward from within. Affected area expanding every day. Oh, so the white fog exists. Is it because without the header tower, it is now a split in the fabric of space-time? In which it basically unlocks a space to where the fog can spread out from? Yesterday, when we returned, the expansion rate was at 0.05%. Today, we can't even get a lock on it. Fog is creating intense interference with our instruments. Interference isn't even accurate anymore. It's more like consumption. The signals, any matter that touches it, it just takes it all in. At this rate, we'll stop until it's swallowed everything. Damn! I've definitely seen something like that before too. It's in a different anime or something where it's whatever it touches, it just disappears or crumbles. Crazy. Kind of like Hakai in a sense. But yeah, also from where we last left off too, most of the FOS students and faculty were fighting off basically the corrupted that keep popping off from rifts within the the fog. But we've lost a lot of people on the way doing so. But the commanded Lucia and Alpha being there now at least gives them a fighting chance. But again, the creature seems to be resonating with them, again with the potential of it being an alternate Alpha/Lucia, but yeah, we still need a better understanding of this. I wish I could tell you that you were wrong, but this is the truth we have to carry. Recorded message waits inside the pod by Dominic. This terminal. We all know Dominic always kept 2 plans ready. I think it's time that we go through it again. The room emits a thin light, goes upward, shaping itself into a translucent silhouette. I swear, this Dominic dude always like so many steps ahead. Seriously, what kind of person even is he? His hand stiffens on the table, it's drawn tight. The voice that follows is achingly familiar. Calm, wavering. It was the one who once held the world on their shoulders. If you're seeing this, it means my plan A failed. I vanished inside the tower. The disappearance brought no victory. Seriously, it's like he already kind of predicts what's happening, or what the potential is for it. Well, then again, I guess maybe he's kind of being vague in this sense, because vanish can mean anything. Then my theory was right. The worst kind of right. The kind none of us wanted. The Hetero Tower isn't the source of the chaos contamination. It's only a symptom. Our world alone doesn't have the strength to save itself. We truly unite with the power of other worlds. Oh, I see. That's why they went with that gamble. Because I never thought about it until now, but it's like you put the entire Vanguard team there with no other way back, potentially. And these are all your best people. You're risking a whole gamble even if the plan failed. But I see. That was the theory they had, that it was the source of it. I mean, it's not wrong, right? Because it could be like, oh, whoever it was that started it, or whatever it was, or even a system, could have been observing the whole time, but because some changes happened, they decided to interfere physically, right? I guess maybe that's the assumption they came to for that. I guess it's understandable why they'd feel the need to do all that then. Because I was gonna say, it's like, clearly the Hetero Tower wouldn't be the reason for the punishing virus. It definitely seems to be something more, not fundamental, but definitely something more complex that we wouldn't even begin to comprehend, or don't even have any details of, that would lead us to a correct conclusion. If it really comes to that, how do we unite with other worlds? Question from one of the Vanguard team members expects from within the projection. Wait, for worlds? What? Oh, I didn't even see this part. We must truly unite with the power of the other worlds. What? He actually... I mean... Actually, to be fair, again, with the logic that takes place here, again, not that surprising once you actually take it in for a second. I mean, it's fair, right? Because you guys don't really have the strength, you don't have the knowledge, maybe another world does, right? And if they're facing a situation similar to you, but the only difference is this new change, maybe you guys can help each other with the main problem, while the other one might have potentially the answer to your side problem. And again, with how limited the forces of humanity really is nowadays, at least in this point of timeline, it makes sense how they kind of have to find another way to outsource. But it's like, it's not like you could go try and reach for the stars on like a whole new planet with like barely any resources left of mankind. We send out a call to arms to other worlds. From the place closest to our civilization's end, the most dangerous place of all, the Hetero Tower. We have to broadcast our message to as many other worlds as we can reach. Oh, I see. So they did have to go back. Because I was wondering, if you tried to affect another world, the only place you could do it is within the Hetero Tower. But that's why I'm confused, as in, like, it disappeared, right? So how would you even be able to? Do you maybe go through the fog and that's like it's an anomaly where it stands as like a bridge between this and the Hetero Tower? Because I mean, to be fair, Ishmael kind of was the one who could bridge from the Hetero Tower to that space where you fought her in the Hyperreal Lead chapter. I guess this could be kind of like a substitute of that. But not a bridge that it was meant to be opened physically by a specific person, but rather one that just came from an unexpected outcome. But I see. Letting other worlds know. Is this why Luna and Vonnegut knew from the Ascension Network? Or I guess Luna specifically? Like, maybe the signal entered the Ascension Network, right? Because The Ascension Network's still such a mystery to us. Maybe she caught it from there. Because it's one thing if she knew about the Hetero Tower's existence, but it's like, how would you know it's too early? Right? Like, you'd still have to compare it to something that stands as the standard. Very interesting. It was in the projection false sign. Well, I mean, I guess this is a different way of trying to use the Hetero Tower to our benefit, right? And again, it's like, clearly they know that it's like they can't use it to stop the situation, but that doesn't mean it can't do other smaller things, potentially. Dominic's plan isn't just empty words. Our president knows there's more to come. But simply learning about the civilization filtering isn't nearly enough for a world to survive. Without power, civilization will only end up like ours, marching toward an inevitable collapse. Before their world sinks into the same stagnation as ours, they must be given the power to resist the filtering. These people are spent, hollowed out. If any power still remains to them and no longer resides in their broken frames and weary limbs, it lies elsewhere. Every gaze shifts to the cube beside Nemo, the key forged from chaos contamination with the Hetero Tower's core sealed within. Oh, right, because they still have the core. Oh, I don't remember the terror it unleashed. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that thing was a living hell. I thought the cradle was a living hell. This was a different one entirely. The core of the Hetero Tower. We must harness its power. Absorb the Hetero Tower's core. Use it as a template to replicate. And generate technical blueprints that can actually be deployed. I call them Sephiroth. Ah, there. Wow, okay, so we really are going to. I mean, to be fair, it did seem like at some point we were going to have to learn about the understanding of Sephiroth and the Philo tree of Ostia and all that, all those extra details at some point, right? We'd have to get a bit, especially with how heavy they're really going on that in the advertising in this game. But there we go. Okay, wow. So they're the blueprints. I see. That explains why Icing would have wanted to. And I could see potentially what the Ascendants could gain from this. He knew it would come to this. He'd always been planning for the worst. No one forgets the moment those final words came. That moment, Dominic turned to the window. He is reaching past everything visible. Something far away. A place that did not exist yet. Only by uniting with other worlds can ours be saved. Projection freezes for a moment. Dominic's image tilts its head slightly, so something just occurred to it. It's all up to you now. Wow, so that's the big plan. Okay. I was kind of wondering, because, like, again, like I said before, how would this lead to Lucia becoming a commandant if this world is seemingly already done for? I guess that's the explanation then. But again, whether this... Actually, now that I think about it, is this the reason why Dominic has always been prepared before? Because all that information from the other worlds is coming back to him, right? So, when the Dominic of this world had to step into action, he already got the message before the filtering / punishing virus that occurred in this world. And thus led to him preparing stuff like the invert device, right? It has to be, because again, we're such a chaotic problem that no one can even amount to it, especially considering it happened because of the 0-point reactor, which humanity seemed to barely comprehend in the first place. There's no way they could have had anyone with the tools or the knowledge to prepare countermeasures, but yet they somehow did. Again, not the most effective, but at least something. And in that short of a time span too. Because also they also kind of seem to know how to prevent any bigger spread of it when they sent Watanabe and them to one place, and then Dominic went to the other area, right, before his disappearance. Now it's all finally starting to click. And it's probably also why Vonnegut always kept saying, like, he keeps hearing many different voices in his head and such, right? Even discarding just Nemo, right? It's the voices of probably him, or other versions of himself from other worlds. Damn, this is getting real hardcore. No wonder they were breaking on the inside. Besides, Leora's gaze holds the empty air where the terminal light once lived. Nemo, you know more about the Sephiroth than any of us. Could you help us all understand what we're working with? But interesting that Vonnegut never really brought that up yet. But then again, I guess at that point, it was the Hetero Tower was the main problem, because again, it happened much earlier than when it was projected to in his world. So by that point, Sephiroth, it wouldn't really be a problem of his anymore. And again, it's not like he could really necessarily trust anyone else with that kind of data, considering it's very sensitive data, and anyone could be listening. Especially if somehow there was like potentially another type of like Agent Zero or something that could be looming in the shadows. He leans back to his chair. He was the one who used the key, sealing the core within the Hetero Tower. The strain it placed on his mind still lingers. The key that absorbed the Hetero Tower's core is essentially a technical blueprint. We analyze it, we replicate what we find. The results are what we're calling Sephiroth technology. Oh, I see. So it's like a proxy version or a second-hand version of the understanding of the Hetero Tower's core. Okay. This is more to like understand myself, because it's like I'm trying to like water this down so it's like I can have this imprinted into my mind specifically, not to you guys, but this is to help me remember. Wow, okay. Yeah, so this would definitely be very bad for Iceland to have, or any of the other Ascendants for that matter. We want to reach more worlds. We need to master as many Sephiroth as we can. But there's a catch. The Hetero Tower's core needed the key to contain it. Sephiroth technology that stemmed from it isn't any different. It needs an appropriate vessel. Right now, the only vessel we identified is the mind. When I made contact with the core, the sensation was immediate. Part of its power was accepted, while the rest was repelled. Only a mind with compatible properties can house the Sephiroth's power. A compatible mind. She repeats his words as if tasting the truth of it. Yes. Then once the technology's developed, how do we actually put it to use? It depends entirely on what the other worlds are out there, and what each of them needs. Dominic must have known from the very beginning. Soon the core wouldn't grant the depth Nemo was reaching for. There would have been no reason to pass this information on. Ah, okay, there we go. So once we got this Sephiroth tech ready, how do we deliver it to other worlds? If Project String is going forward, we're going to distribute the Sephiroth. We'll have to enter that rift. Go back into the fog. Everyone knows the horror hidden behind the rift. Even now it's still expanding. Silent, slow, white fog seeping through like an open wound that refuses to close. I know. Like, seriously, Lucia was, like, barely hanging on. Like, she was losing bits of herself bit by bit. I can't even imagine. It reminds me of those people who do challenges of, like, staying in a silent room for as long as you can. That's, like, no lights, no sound, no nothing, but just yourself and your thoughts. It's like, that already sounds scary enough, but something like that? And, like, it's an endless depth, too? That's even more horrifying, because it's like, you keep thinking you'll reach a way out, but there's nothing. It just continues. Like an unending hallway. Go back there. Sounds returns deeper than before. Yura sits at the table's edge, quietly sighting the face of the floor. So basically, it has to be more than just like when they were able to be adaptable to the tantalum 193 copolymer, right? It goes beyond that. So kind of like what Liv is capable of doing now with her limpidity frame, right? Because she was technically able to at least have a like a short feel of it in a very small time span. But no one else of the of the other constructs that we've journeyed with along the way have really been able to reach that stage again. She knows every single one, their names, their fears, the loss they carry in their bones. The last thing she wants is to tell them that this is necessary. I don't know where this path will lead. Dominic gave us a way forward, but even someone like Dominic couldn't tell us what we'll find on the other side. There's only one thing I can say with certainty. Dominic believed this was worth it. That person gave everything for that belief. So, I want to ask all of you, are you willing to walk down this path? This answers all this immediately. You don't even need to ask that. Dominic put everything on the line, even his life. What the hell are we still sitting here for? Let's move. Helga says nothing, but gives a slight nod, smallest acknowledgement. I mean, to be fair, it makes sense, right? They've been through literally the worst hell that they could have possibly imagined in the tower. But at that point, almost nothing should faze you. Keyword being almost. I'll handle communications. Signal protocol for Project String will take time to decrypt, but I can do it. Are you sure about this, Leora? Developing a Sephira requires a temporary mind container. Dominic said your mind's the only one with enough resilience to hold it temporarily. But spares them the details of the pain. Everyone in this room knows exactly what it costs. Yes, I'm ready. Alright, I'll go collect the data we need. One by one, the Vanguard team speaks their resolve, each in their own way. Hero's gaze moves across the faces of the companions she's worked alongside for so long, then drifts to Dominic's empty seat at the head of the table. Public's emotions flicker through her eyes gone in an instant. Simply holds their gaze and offers a soft smile. Let's get started then. The Vanguard team sets to work. Nemo ventures into chaos-contaminated zones, gathering data for the Sephiroth. Julian tracks the fog's expansion rate, while doubling as the team's communication relay. Helga takes charge of medical care. Yoro compiles the data and begins developing the Sephiroth. The rest rotate through their duties and shifts, scavenging supplies, eliminating hostiles that crawl out of the fog, maintaining the defensive perimeter. Always coming back with fresh wounds. Oh, right, yes, because I guess similar to the situation that's happening in the present in this, in the story world, in this alternate one, it would also be that just monsters just keep popping off from the fog zones. But no one stops. They can't stop. I'm gonna rift overhead winds with each passing day. Everyone appears to be functioning, but beneath the surface a quiet disarray is taking hold. 2 days after waking, Lucia spends most of her time in bed. Helga forbids movement, and honestly, she can barely manage it anyway. Lying still for so long unravels her sense of time and sleep, just when she begins to notice. Grown-ups always pass by her room, always coincidentally. Helga lingers a little longer more than necessary after each routine check, until Lucia's eyes have closed. Yora sometimes slips in to adjust her blankets. The men mostly linger outside the door, just a moment, just long enough to notice she's alright, then move on. She doesn't understand why they care so much. She can feel a warmth she can't quite name. She notices something else too. The grown-ups are keeping things tidy. Dust thickens on the windowsills, discarded parts gather in the hallway corners. Chris's bottles scatter across the floor, Yora's documents are crept from her desk all the way to the doorway. She knows the state of things. Home looked the same during those days when her mother didn't come back. Back then, she was the one who tidied it all. The third day, as Helga's away in the lab, Lucy eases herself out of bed, bare feet pressing silently against the cold metal floor. Yora's walking down the hallway when she sees her. Lucia, what are you doing up? I'm feeling better now. I want to help. You don't have to earn your place here. All you need to do is stay safe. As long as you stay safe, it's open up for us. Yora keeps the words to herself and simply crouches down, meeting Lucia's eyes at her level. But you all came to check on me every day when you get back. And before, when Luna was still with me. I was the one who took care of things at home. Look, sorry it's not the best impression, right? I'm trying my best. Saddest trails off unfinished. Leora catches the rest of it in silence. Presses a hand to Lucia's forehead, her face soft with concern. That's when Helga strides back from the lab, all brisk efficiency and familiar bluntness. Absolutely not. Back in bed. One wrong step and you'll undo everything. I don't have the resources for a second round of treatment. Leora catches Helga's eyes and gives the smallest shake of her head. A little movement won't hurt her, Helga. Staying in bed all day, that has its own cost. Yeah, atrophy, right? Helga says Lucia. Her face is still pale. Her 2 small feet are planted firmly on the ground. Fine. No running. No lifting anything heavy. You feel even slightly dizzy, you stop immediately. Understood? Okay. Chris lives in a hammock by the entrance. Every time he drags himself back from a mission, he collapses onto it. Takes out a bottle, takes a swig, and stares at the wall with hollow eyes. The floor around him is a graveyard. Empty bottles mixing with scattered weapon parts. Magazines, energy canisters, replacement joints. All of it dumped together indistinguishable. Before a mission, he spends ages rooting through the mess, swaying quietly as he hunts for usable pieces among the garbage. Lucia watches him struggle a few times, then waits until he's gone on the next mission, kneels before the pile and begins to sort. She doesn't know the model numbers, but shapes she understands. Sizes she can read. Like things would like, broken apart from whole. Spent casings gathered into one corner. Chris returns and reaches into his usual chaos if it feels wrong. Looks down and freezes. Magazines on the left, canisters on the right, placement parts organized by size. Who did this? No one answers. Lucy is already elsewhere, long gone. The following day, his gear check flies by in half the time. When he returns for the mission, he quietly puts the new parts he brought back into their designated spots. Julian's comms terminal sits at the heart of the perpetual disaster. Cables stick around the floor. Components, stripped modules, handwritten frequency logs. All of it scattered within a 2-meter radius according to an internal logic known only to him. Lucia doesn't dare touch the components. She has no way of knowing which are critical. Says she works the edges. Discarded packaging cleared away. 2 racks straightened. Then she crouches low and carefully gathers the dangling cables, binding them together with a length of old rope she scavenged from somewhere. A small act of care so no one catches their foot. When Julian comes back, he trips over nothing at the doorway. His leg lifts by muscle memory to clear a hazard that isn't there anymore. To sudden confusion scan the area. Who touched my stuff? And he sees it. Heart of chaos. His chaos is still there, undisturbed. All the outer edges have been gently straightened. The cables no longer sprawl across the floor like tripwires. Oh. Thumbs up back down before the terminal. For a while, nothing. Quietly, he nudges an empty casing by his foot over the pile of trash. Helga's medical station is the tiny spot on the base. She keeps it that way herself. What she doesn't maintain is herself. The crack running from her shoulder to her wrist has never been repaired. Resources go to others first. Lucia once sees her organizing instruments one-handed. Walks over, positions herself on Helga's left, and begins passing instruments to her one by one. I didn't ask for your help. Lucia doesn't leave. Stays right where she is. Fine. When Helga needs the next instrument, she passes it over. When she doesn't, she waits quietly nearby. Helga doesn't tell her to leave again. I guess to them it's like she's at least a friend, right? Nemo's room is always locked. Lucia tries to handle it once, finds it firm and doesn't try again. She notices something. Every time he returns, he stops at the end of the corridor and sits against the wall. Just for a while, eyes closed, doing nothing. The floor there is cold. At least Lucia thinks it must be. The metal panel is completely bare. The next day, a small thermal blanket appears in that spot, neatly folded. First time Nemo comes back and notices it, he pauses briefly. Carries on like any other day. By the third day, the blanket is slightly shifted. Someone sound and then put it back. It's not folded differently than how Lucia left it. Leora is the last coffee drinker in the base. Conflicts have no use for caffeine, but she's never let go of this one human thread. The cup is always within reach when she works, a ritual from a life she used to have. She often forgets to refill it when it runs dry, forgets to dump it out when it goes cold. Sometimes 3 or 4 half-finished cups sit lined up on her desk like abandoned thoughts. After watching for a few days, Lucia figures out how to use the coffee machine. That day, Leora walked in the lab for over 10 hours straight. When she finally returns to her room, the old cups have been cleared away. The documents have been stacked neatly aside. And that clearing sits a single cup of coffee, still hot. After he days from exhaustion, Leora stares blankly at the coffee cup for a long moment, then picks up and takes a sip. There's far too much sugar in it. Something a child would drink. She used to make it that way back when she first started drinking coffee. Now she prefers it bitter. Way too sweet. She takes another sip. Days slip by like this. The grown-ups go out, come back with fresh wounds, and keep working. Lucia finds her place in the rhythm. She tries her best not to disturb anyone, but when no one's looking, she works bit by bit to shape the cold metal base into something that resembles a home. Cloth laid down, corners tidied, fallen things set up right, small trace of life present to every cold surface. The room is always quiet and careful, as if she's afraid of being caught, the same way she used to pull blankets over Luna in the dark. One thing gnaws at her. The base shows no trace of vibrancy. Digital plants bloom on screens everywhere, but real ones are nearly absent. Sometimes she finds herself standing before the empty garden plot, staring. The space feels like it was only once meant for beautiful flowers. Now there's nothing there at all. Chris lies on one side, Nemo on the other. Both their frames have been partially opened up, the damaged structures laid bare. Chris's left arm joint shattered again completely. Inside Nemo's chest cavity, a deep fracture runs long and jagged, still being traces of where it was once welded shut before being torn open once more. The next bed over lies Julian, the only patient in the medical station without external injuries. Curls in the corner, his face ashen. His modified eyes have lost their usual restless darting. Now they stare vacantly at the ceiling. Helga moves between the 3 beds. Lucia enters, she's working on Chris's joint, tools in her right hand. Lucia crouches beside Helga's toolbox, row of instruments spread out before her in varying sizes. You just turn off my pain receptors. Can't. Why not? Wait. Mind deviation. We ran out of stabilizers a few days ago. Shut out the pain receptors now and your deviation rate will just keep climbing. Yeah, that's fair. Grit your teeth and ride it out. Lucia takes in the entire scene. Quietly she walks to Chris's bedside and holds out a folded piece of cloth. What's this for? I used to let Luna bite down on something when she had to get shots. She said it helped. Chris stares at the cloth, then at the smile on his face gazing up at him. Kid, I'm not your little sister. Comes for a good while, then bites down on it. Helga finishes with Chris and turns to Nemo. Nemo's chest fracture is worse, far trickier than Chris's joint. But welding requires absolute precision. With the repair site so close to his core, pain receptors must also stay online. The young man's hands clutch the bedsheet. Knuckles white, a sheen of sweat covering the bionic skin of his temples. His face betrays nothing, not once did he make a sound. Lucia keeps stealing glances at him as she passes tools to Helga. Once the procedure ends, she walks to his bedside and holds out the cloth to him, too. You can bite it, too. No need. If it hurts, only won't make it worse. It's already over. He doesn't say no, just as a weary sigh takes the cloth and sets it aside. Outside, Leora leans against the door frame, watching the entire procedure. Doesn't enter until Helga straightens up from Nemo's bedside. How's everyone? Chris's joint is rebuilt. The spare parts we had left were barely enough for one final set. Nemo's fractures have been welded shut. There's only enough material left for one more repair. That's it. If anyone takes this level of damage again, I can't promise I'll be able to put them back together. Wow. I mean, again, to be fair, It's like the head of our tower had already done so much damage by this point. The fog isn't really helping, so it's like there's barely anything left. And him? Mind boil over. Fried his brain. Julian, you maintained the relay for over 20 hours straight again? Oh. What the hell? Yuka's drifts over from the bed. The fog. The fog seeping from the rift. Interference was too heavy. If I let the relay drop, everyone out there would have gone dark. There'd be 5 or 6 more lying here instead of me. And that's not even the worst of it. While I was holding the relay open, I could feel it. The fog. It wasn't just interfering. It was actively suppressing every construct in the field. And then something new came through. Not the usual entities corrupted by chaos contamination. Right, because that was the thing, right? Because even with, like, her mind, not deteriorating, but kind of like a collapsing. Also, physically, she felt she was weaker, right? So is it kind of like somehow, like, there's, like, anti-magic fields or something like that? There's, like, some kind of, like, frequency or something that makes it so constructs have a, like, start to lose their mobility or function? I guess it's always possible, because kind of like how in space, there's, like, the vacuum and all that. Even stuff that hasn't been explored yet. Whatever those things were, that's what did this to them. Someone set us over to the medical station. At the toolbox, Lucia works in quiet focus, wiping down each instrument, slotting them back into order. Movements are gentle, but in the silence, each tiny clink of metal sings out, sharp and clear. Chris hasn't let go of the cloth. He speaks through it. Hey, not in front of the kid. Julian shrinks back slightly. Lucia continues wiping down the instruments as though she hasn't heard a thing, but her hands lose their rhythm, just a little, without her noticing. Leora walks over and gently lowers herself beside Lucia. Lucia, you were a huge help today. Let Helga handle the rest, okay? Go get some rest. You've earned it. Her gaze shifts to Leora, then across the room to Helga. Helga answers with a slight nod. Or I guess I meant Lucy. Hey kid, hold up a second. Got something for you. Notice you kept staring at that flower bed outside. Nemo said you know what to do with them. I was just reminding you not to step on the dandelions. Flowers are rare now. Yeah. Here, kid. Take these dandelion seeds. She sucks the seeds with a dazed, uncomprehending tenderness, gathering them into her arms as if they were something fragile and precious. Thank you. Steps out quietly. Footsteps are seen down the metal corridor. Helga, we keep pushing forward with Project String. We'll need to run more missions toward the rift, given where we are right now. You're asking for casualty projections. Yeah. Like I said, Chris's joint parts were the last set in inventory. Nemo's welding material is good for one more repair, and that's it. And that's just today's damage. Chris pulls the cloth from his mouth, feigning nonchalance. Cries out as the movement tears at his wound. Nemo's eyes lower from the ceiling to Leora's face. Julian uncurls slowly and closes his eyes, exhausted. Leora exhales. A sigh so faint it's barely there. Something nameless tears at her heart. Stays it for a moment longer, then turns and walks out of the medical station. It sucks because again, it's like they're making no progress, but it's like they're trying so hard. It's like that's basically telling them to go back to the battlefield again. Lucy crouches at the empty garden bed, tucking the dandelion seeds into the soil with care. He's there for a long while, gazing at the freshly planted earth. Even knowing they won't bloom anytime soon, she can't help but be captivated by these small, fragile things that hold the promise of life. On her way back to her room, she passes Leora's laboratory again. The table outside still holds the discarded drafts Leora moved out a few days ago, also into several file folders. Curious about what the adults have been working on, Lucia finds herself picking one up. The words make no sense. She recognizes most of them, but strung together, they might as well be another language. World attenuation coefficient, separate load threshold, project string signal protocol. Flips to the cover and finds the files marked with strange letters. Oh, that's the Omega symbol, right? He stares at it, lips moving as if she tries to sound it out. Oh, that's not quite how you say it, little one. Lucy jumps, the folder nearly slipping from her hands. I wasn't trying to snoop. I know. It's alright. There's no one left to read them anyway. Can you make sense of any of it? Lucy shakes her head, expression opening guileless. This letter is called Omega. It's the last letter of the Greek alphabet. Lucy nods, all sincerity. Lips moving soundlessly across the unfamiliar syllables. Her eyes, usually so still, gleaming out with fascination. Leora can't help but smile. Alright. These really aren't meant for you anyway. Closes the folder and sets it aside. Watching Lucy's gaze linger on those 3 letters on the cover, pauses in thought. Tell you what, instead of all those boring files, how about I tell you a story? Do you know about the stars? You mean the little night lights up in the sky? Mom told me about them a very long time ago. 1, 2, 3, so many more night lights. Childlike fancy brings a smile to Leora's face, but it fades just as quickly. Tightness builds up. So the one that always puts on such a brave front that Leora often forgets she's still, after everything, just a child. Her hand finds her hair, stroking softly. There's so many stars up there. Nightlights your mother told you about? More than anyone could count. But each and every star is lonely. They shine all on their own, scattered so far apart that their light can never reach each other. Each star believes it's the only one in the whole wide sky. It doesn't know anyone else is out there. Lucy listens without a sound, curls up at Leora's side, tucking herself small and listening to the fairy tale. For once, she doesn't have to be anything but a child. But then one day, a group of people looked up and said, "No, that's not right. Stars shouldn't have to be alone. They should be able to see each other. If someone could carry one star's light to another, then pass it along from that star to the next, then eventually, the whole night sky would light up. How do they pass the light along? They turn themselves into light. They set off from one star carrying its spark with them. They fly to the next star and plant that little frame there. Then they fly to the next one, and the next. To reach the next star, how far would they have to fly? Say as far as from here to my home? Much farther than that, I think. But if it's that far, how does the light of the stars find its way home? Maybe they can't. Maybe they can never go home. Those people, the ones who turn into light, what kind of people are they? Sound settles over Leora, finds herself retracing her thoughts to that first time Lucy asked the question, and the answer she offered in return. Warriors. They're warriors too. She's just quiet for a moment thinking, raised her little hands, seeing her finger extended from one, the other closed into a tight fist and pressed them together, fingertip to knuckle. And with deliberate slowness, she begins to pull them apart, kept stretching until her arms are spread wide. So far. They go so far away. Yes. Even though they travel to such distant places, they might not accomplish anything. Maybe they set out but never reach the other stars at all. Maybe they set out and lose their way, somewhere in the universe. Maybe, even after they leave, the night sky stays just as dark as before. But they're brave. Even with a universe this big, this dark, they aren't scared. To carry the light, they still choose to fly toward those stars, no matter how far away they are. Like cutting through all that dark, it sounds so cool. If Luna were here, she'd love it too. So I think they're heroes. Leora's lips part, mind floods with tingled things to say. Then she meets Lucia's eyes that hold no doubt, no attempt at comfort, only that absolute unreasoning certainty that belongs only to a 7-year-old. She can't bring herself to break the child's hope. Yeah, maybe they really are heroes. So what are their names?
The heroes.
It was just a story she made up on the spot. Never prepared names for its characters. Never imagined they'd be called heroes. Except at the ceiling she knows all too well and lowers her eyes without meaning to. As his gaze follows, drawn by the movement. Together they find themselves looking at the unfinished document lying nearby. Omega. They've been fighting all this time for this research, to cure the world. Lucia's imagination as a streak of light suddenly shoots across the pitch-black night sky. Hazy figures in the story begin to take shape in her mind.
How does that sound?
She hesitantly utters the letter, only to be met with a gleam of pure wonder in Lucia's face.
Yes, Hero Omega. So what happened to Hero Omega after they flew away? Well, carry the light of other stars. Hero Omega flew to the farthest reaches of space, but there were no other stars to find. They traveled too far. The light inside them faded and scattered into the universe. How? But there wasn't just one hero. Behind Omega there were countless others.
I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't remember a lot of the Greek alphabet, so I can't really say anything. I really should have a trick for these kinds of things.
One by one they all set out.
Little Lucia counts on her fingers, cycling through them again and again. So designations, Blanche can no longer remember which name belongs to which finger.
So many heroes. What was the last one called? They all left one after another. Did the last hero fail too? The final hero represents the beginning of everything. The first letter.
Alpha.
Alpha? What kind of hero is Alpha?
Gazing at the child as they're peering into a future far, far away.
Alpha's different from the heroes who set out before. She's still a child. Everyone's little hero.
She pictures the child walking through school gates, attending classes, and studying like they once did in their own childhood. Lucy's eyes widen, looking somewhat dissatisfied with that answer.
Little hero? The smallest of all the heroes. Does that mean Alpha's weak? Not like the others? No, it's not like that at all. You see, she's the hope of all the other heroes. She's their light. As long as she exists on this planet, the other heroes have a home, a place to go back to.
She pictures the child making friends, surrounded by companions as sweet and dear as she is.
But if she's so small, how can she pass the light like the others? She's small now, but she'll grow, slowly, surely, until one day she shines just as brightly as all the other heroes who came before. Little Alpha is the hero of heroes.
She pictures the child finding the one meant for her, eventually walking down the aisle.
Our one and only, our most precious little hero.
So far away, as distant as the journey ahead of him. She can't help but long to see that future come to pass. She recalls something Dominic once said long ago before everything turned to a nightmare. Staying by the observatory window, gazing out at the night sky, the president said it so casually. One day, every star in this sky will reach one another, and eventually, will light up the whole universe. Someone laughed back then, teasing Dominic for dreaming too big again. That dreamer is gone now.
Lucia? Omega, Gamma, Beta, and Alpha. We gave those heroes some great names, didn't we?
Oops, Curb. Oh, my bad.
Go on now. Time for bed. I'll tell you more tomorrow.
Hands find Lucia's, pulling her gently up. Lucia follows without protest, but a few steps later she turns her head. He drifts back to the cabinet.
Liara? Did the heroes ever light up the night sky?
Liara stops. Mental memories flood her mind, seizing the moment of hesitation. The gateway tore open. The tower looming. Their lost leader. The one still fighting, marked with everything they'd endured.
Not yet. They're still flying. They'll do it. They'll light up the night sky. I know they will.
Alpha. You see him ask the name again and again, as if savoring something precious. Perhaps one day she'll be the pride of them all. Perhaps one day she'll become that final hero. Follows Liara back quietly, her mind still wandering to futures yet unwritten. Above her, the sky is gray and wounded. The rift cuts across the surface, white fog seeping out in silence. She takes a spot Nemo used to take, tilts her head back, and watches the sky being devoured. There are no stars. Not a single one. Wow. Damn, that was long for one, but very interesting. I see. So that's the origin of Alpha here. Maybe that's what she's looking for, right? This potential alternate Alpha. Or Lucia. They're trying to find a hero Alpha, right? The one who can save the world, the one who can reach the stars. Maybe that's why they keep going through the fog, because by surpassing the fog, maybe you can actually find the heroes. Maybe that's what she believes in, that whatever obsession she's in, right? Because she keeps going back and forth, because maybe she's worried. Maybe it's like she'll find the truth and the heroes don't exist or something. But wow, that was very heartwarming, I will say. Like, damn, it's only the first part for this stream, I'm already kind of tearing up a bit. Because it's interesting, because they're really framing like different ways of a hero, right? Because that's the thing, a hero doesn't have to be someone who actually physically does something for you. It can even be like a one moment, one word, one sentence, one sentiment, and it can mean so much for a person. Even when they're at their lowest, and it's like, you could say she's just a beacon of hope. You could say she's a miracle, but true, to them you could also look at it as a hero, right? Someone being there to brighten up their lives, especially after all the bleakness that they've seen. Very fascinating. Alright. Seeking home. Like a tide that never ebbs, the crimson chaos contamination presses against the force field, shielding the base. Sometimes it thickens, congealing like old blood. Sometimes it thins to a pale red haze. Never recedes. In the distant sky, the rift of the fog yawns wider with each passing moment. The replication of the keys proceeds at full speed, but more people are getting infected every day. The replication is Sephiroth. The days grow shorter while Lucia stays awake longer and longer. Every time she closes her eyes, the force field generators hum and shifts pitch. Something thuds dully against the barrier in the distance. Unable to sleep, she starts counting those who return. 5 went out, 4 returned. 4 went out, 3 returned. The red fog outside thickens with each passing day. They used to see the outline of the ruins. Their visibility ends at 3 meters. Medical station storage compartments empty one by one. The last roll repair filament runs out. 2 vials of repair fluid remain. Stabilizer bottle held inverted yields nothing. Not even that final reluctant drop. Nero's absences stretch longer and longer. She locks herself in the lab, sometimes going a full day without emerging. Lucia brings her water, she finds her slumped at the desk, pen still cradled in her fingers. The ones who return are more broken each time. Damage digs deeper, spreads further, pushing into the territories even Helga can't repair. That day, Helga summons Lucia to the medical station. On the operating table, she's laid out a row of instruments in precise formation.
We'll go over broken conduits today. The bride first, align the ends, then wrap with repair filament at this angle. She wants to do the demonstration before Lucia can respond. Got it. Yeah. Your turn. Lucia replicates the steps from memory. Some of her wrapping is slightly off, but she gets it right overall. Next, repair fluid injection. Look at the junction first. One finger join up from the break. Angle the needle in shallow. Keep the flow steady with a single smooth press. Yeah, I guess she will kind of need help because, again, there's more casualties now happening. Got it? Yeah. Now you. Lucy picks up the practice needle, trying to align it, and shakes when she inserts it. You got the position right. Practice more on your own when you have time. Next.
That's enough, Helga. In the bed beside them comes a thin voice. It's Julian. He's got another mind boil over. She's just a kid.
So
quit drilling her like she's a recruit.
I'm teaching her how to keep people alive. You have a problem with that?
Silence settles over him. The eyes he'd labor to keep open drift closed once more. Whatever. Doesn't matter anyway. There's no hope left. His hands pause over the instruments upon his spoken words.
What did you say?
I said there's no hope. You know how thick that fog is? I said visibility is nothing past 5 meters. Those things throw themselves at the barrier every single day. Every day our people go out there and come back half dead. For what? The barrier just keeps shrinking anyway. Me? I've got it easy. I sit here at the base, relaying signals. Only thing I'm supposed to do. I can't even do that right.
Quit your whining. You're the only functioning comm station we have left. Which is exactly why you're back here. Too much data throughput, and your mind boiled over. Again.
Well, as long as you're still here, you'll just patch me up again, right?
Helga offers no response.
Julian, unfazed by whether anyone cares, just carries on talking. Yesterday, I botched the relay. The warning came in 10 seconds late. No. Number 9 didn't make it back. The day before that, same thing. Relay range collapsed on the west flank. Couldn't reach them in time. The enemies broke through it and hurt Chris and Nemo again. Just healed a few days back. Why'd they give me this ability when they modified me? I can see the signals, but while my mind bores over, I can't transmit. It's really been killing me. Just a busted relay station. That's all I am. Helga approaches and leans down, gaze settling on him.
You finished?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Then shut up and rest.
Voice fills the medical station once more, as calm as precise as our medical equipment, stripped of anything unnecessary. On the bed, Julian shuts his eyes. His fingers won't stop. He keeps scratching at the bed's edge in a restless rhythm, as if typing on keys no one else can see.
Julian? Your mind requires a minimum of 2 hours of complete rest for every 12 hours of sustained relay operation. That's not a suggestion. I'm out of your medication. You keep pushing past that threshold, and one day I won't be able to pull you back.
Fine, no more relaying. They want to throw their lives away out there, that's on them. Not my problem.
You'd better mean that.
A few days later, the team set out early that day. Chris, Nemo, Helga, 2 other members. Having inspected each person's equipment in turn, Helga looks back again toward the medical station. A small figure peeks out from the doorway. Helga makes her way over and kneels down in front of the little one.
You remember everything I taught you? Yes? Don't mix up the steps. I won't.
Never vision, Helga hesitates for once. She's about to stand when she feels a light, tentative pull at the edge of her coat.
Helga, there's still a lot I don't know. So you had to come back to teach me. I'll wait for all of you.
Helga reaches out with her left hand, wound still split open, and rested gently on Lucia's head.
Stay here and keep yourself safe.
She gives no explanation, no reason for leaving, no destination. She rises, turns, walks away. Lucy remains rooted in place, watching Helga's shape blur and vanish into the white fog. Night set up by the time they return. The first footstep reaches Lucia's ears. She's already at the medical station's door. Nemo leads the way, Chris slumped over his shoulder. Chris' right leg is severed at the knee, his full weight sagging against Nemo. Behind them, two more stagger in, one holding the other upright, vital fluid bleeding out from both. There's no fifth person. Lucy stands in the doorway. She counts, then counts again.
Where's Helga?
The team falls silent. Nemo puts Chris on the bed, then reaches into his pocket and sets something on the operating table. It's a medical module, standard issue for support and amplifier constructs. Lucia recognizes it instantly. It was Helga's.
What happened?
The force field protecting the base. It got breached. Before anyone could seal it, they poured through. Stinks from the fog. We had to hold the breach and take out everything that made it inside before the repair's done. Helga didn't stop. Not once. Or got anyone she could reach. The leg was already broken. Ran through every supply she had. When that wasn't enough, she started taking parts from herself. In the end, she took that off too. It's the medical module on the operating table. She said, "Save her for the others." Don't say nothing, caught between the grief of losing their comrade and the child standing before them. Lucy crosses to the operating table and takes up the module. It's small, light, marked by a residue of dark vital fluid. Cleans it with care and places it on the empty storage slot. Done, she gathers the remaining medical supplies and walks to Chris's bedside.
I'll help treat your wounds.
Voice remains calm as though she spared all her grief to Befin. That's how Helga was. Helga never cried. She never made mistakes. Helga treated every wound with machine-like precision, steady and unmoving. So Lucia can't cry. Lucia can't make mistakes. She follows the procedures Helga taught her step by step. Debride the wound, line the breaks, wrap with repair filament. She's nearly done repairing Chris's abdomen when something catches her eye. Inside the wound, nearly invisible to the naked eye, is the tiny dark red crystals. She thinks her eyes are playing tricks on her. She looks again, they seem to have vanished. Nemo's injuries are light in Chris's, but the fracture in his chest is reopened. The fourth time now. When she injects him with the repair fluid, Nemo's fingers curl. Noticing that, Lucia passes him a piece of cloth without a word. Nemo takes it just as silently. When the last wound is dressed, Lucia stands in the center of the medical station, surveys the room. Chris lies on the bed, his right leg joint damaged. With the other two, one has a shattered shoulder, the other a force field cracked a third of the way through. He came back, but part of him stayed there forever. It was Julian. Listen to the ceiling, voice rough and sudden. Fog was too thick out there. Could see a damn thing. If Julian hadn't been relaying coordinates, we wouldn't have even known which way to go. Sato kept cutting out the way back, though. Where is he? The guy's gotta be completely spent by now. When Leora pushes the door open, Julian's still there, seeing the terminal as he always does. Before those unblinking eyes, where his intricate data still flicker endlessly across the room. His body can no longer move. Unfinished message waits on the terminal, typed as though it was in mind. It's collapsed mid-sentence. Relay frequency adjustment log. For whoever takes over next, Western side's lost coverage. Needs manual compensation. Formulas in the dock at the top left. Document in the top left corner is filled with numbers and symbols. For a long time, the base has been engulfed in a suffocating silence. The numbers grow fewer. They leave more often. The ones that come back grow worse. Lucia's days blur in a single looping thread. Wait for them, tend to the wounds, clean the medical station, wait again. Wipes down the empty beds in silence, pack away what's left behind.
Till one day Nemo comes to her, something held in his hands. A scrap of colored wire insulation, a thin metal sheet bent into a curve. Lucia, your birthday's the day after tomorrow. I made you a hat. There's the crooked little object for her to see. Red and blue insulation wraps around the metal in rough alternating bands. Amid the gloom of this world, the birthday hat claims its own vivid colors. You're calling that a hat? A birthday hat. Looks like a wire hoop with regrets. Didn't know you knew how to make stuff like that. My father, he used to make them for my birthdays. Back before we cut ties. Well, my gift can't be worse than yours anyway. Pulls a knife from his waist. It's a Kodachi with a blade too short for standard issue. Straight from the very bottom of the weapon rack. Lightweight gear meant for smaller frames. To Lucia, though, it's as heavy as an Odachi. Her small body sinks beneath its weight the instant she closes her hands around it. It's yours. Thank you. Her birthday's not for 2 more days. Giving it to her now? Does it matter? Voice is light and casual, but his right hand never leaves his pocket. Gifts are better given early. You wait too long, you might not get another chance. While two of them talk, Lucy's hand's already moving toward the blade. In those cartoons she and Yuna used to watch, every superhero swung a blade like it weighed nothing. It's easy as flicking a pencil. The blade's heavier than Lucy expects. She barely lifts it with both hands. The handle too thick for a small grip. Hey kid, that's not how you hold a blade. Look that says, what am I gonna do with you? Chris lowers himself to her level. He positions her hands on the grip. Grip it firm. She obeys, but her hands can't find their place. Blades droop, heavy and uncooperative, tipping toward the floor no matter how hard she tries to hold it steady. Take your time. You ever found your reason for holding a blade yet? That's why the blade won't listen to you. For a kid, you're doing better than alright. Day after tomorrow, we'll celebrate your birthday together. Lyra steps out of the laboratory. She finds the 3 of them. 2 grown-ups and 1 little child, happily gesturing away at each other. That's right. We're all celebrating Lucia's birthday together. 3 adults turn to Lucy in unison. She closes the Kodachi with both hands and answers with a firm nod of her own. Chris spends the day talking Lucia's ear off, from when I was your age all the way to every middle-aged man's favorite tale, back in the day Dominic and I. Only when he catches little Lucia's starry-eyed wonder, deadpan stares at Nemo and Leora, does he finally turn away satisfied. Back in his quarters, he closes the door. Something he rarely does, and leans back against the wall. Oh, right, the crystals he saw. Damn. Dark lines that crept from his wrist all the way up to his forearm. Searing pain, then a subtle tingling numbness. Gasps for air, and at last, a hoarse laugh scrapes out of him. Looks pretty cool, doesn't it? On the morning of Lucia's birthday, Chris sets out. He tells them the cleanup area is small. I'll be back soon, he says. Wait for me, kid. I'll be right back. Lucia remains at the doorway, still clutching the Kodachi. Watches his silhouette fades into the white fog. Stands there unmoving until Leora calls her name several times before she finally hears. Because on his way out, Chris glanced back at her. He never looked back before. Beyond the force field, Chris walks along through the ruins. He told a lie. The cleanup area was never small. He'd gone far, deliberately, pushed into the zones he'd normally avoid. Because he was gonna turn. He's not going back. First wave, 3 monsters. Practice these, he raises his left hand and fires twice. Second, 5. One of them's a mutant. His body armored in plates of crimson crystal. Come on! He charges his head on, his knife aimed for the crevice in the crystal shell, sending a bolt of pain tears through his right hand. Spasms. Blade veers off target. Leon's claws hit through his chest plate. Teeth gritted, drives the knife home with his left. Last one! Final enemy collapses. Chris slumps against the wall, each breath a wet, labored rasp. Final fluid seeps from the gash in his chest plate. Glances down his right hand. His dark red veins have crept past the elbow now. I can still fight. Third wave, 7 monsters. 2 of them mutants. Fifth one does it. His left leg joint fails. Goes out hard. He's on his knees, too injured to dodge the 6 when it comes. The claws rip across his left shoulder, leaving a huge ragged wound. Bright red vital fluid spills from his mouth as he crumbles onto the rubble. When he lifts his head again, the 7th monster walks toward him over the debris. Pendulum ticking toward death. Suddenly its shape begins to shift. His vision fades at the edges and the twisted silhouette warps into something else entirely. The monster that took his wife and daughter. He'd never seen that abominable creature with his own eyes. Had no idea what it truly looked like. In the grip of countless nightmares, his mind gave it a shape. Now that thing stares back at him. Grips the dagger tight and hurls himself into the shadow, stumbling forward on broken joints. When his blade sinks in, a claw drives through his abdomen, out the other side. His face contorts with rage as he roars, bangs the dagger deeper, much till the light fades from the creature's eyes. Lifts his head with agonizing effort, puts a mouthful of bloody froth and stares up at the ashen sky. The sky didn't always look this bleak. Gotta go home. It was June. The sky was a clean, cloudless blue. He was at the door with a heavy pack slung across his shoulder. Chris, wait. A woman in an apron rushed out after him, carrying with her the warm, sweet scent of something just pulled from the oven. Cinnamon rolls are still warm. I put double frosting on them just the way you like. Take them with you. Something warm for the road. And his mushroom soup too. I packed in the thermos. The thermos, my bad. He turned, a little impatient, so the woman behind him couldn't reach the zipper of his backpack. Nah, I can't take them. Packed stuff with tactical gear. She didn't complain, simply set down the steaming food with some hesitation, then moved in front of him to smooth out his rumpled clothes. He evaded his wife's gentle gaze, turning his face aside to stare at the distance, toward the place he was going. After all these years, just when you were about to retire, I thought you'd finally be home with our girl, and now you're leaving again. Her eyes were warmed with red. She still wore that tender smile. I heard it's really far away. 500 miles from home? The Vanguard team needs me. He believed he was doing something great. They need constructs. People who can handle things. Someone like me should be out there being a hero. Not stuck in a little home for the rest of my life. Made off for a carefree gesture, looking for all the world like a great hero. A little figure came pattering out of the room. Daddy's gotta go because there are 1,000 little girls just like you who deserve a happy birthday too. Nothing but grand, lofty words. He bent down, meaning to scrub his stubble against his daughter's cheek the way he always used to, but she tucked away and hid fuming behind his wife. Relax, alright? This chaos contamination thing? Nothing but a little ruckus. Hey kiddo, you really like that Kodachi, right? When I get home, it's all yours. Use it to protect Mom in our home. How's that sound? Gave his daughter's head a rough, affectionate tussle. Alright, heading out. His wife's gentle smile, his child's adoring eyes, smoke wafting in the kitchen, sweet scent wafted from the oven. The door swung shut, setting away those precious memories he'd once dismissed so carelessly. And the chaos contamination hit. That door stayed closed forever. He never made it back for his daughter's birthday. Go home. Over the debris hangs a sky no longer azure, bleached to a dull ashen gray. His hands find nothing to hold, but only fall. His awareness dims, but a single image holds fast. Lucy at the base entrance, the crooked little hat perched on her head, watching and waiting for his return.
I said I'd come back.
His voice rasps dryly in his throat as every trace of his humanity bleeds away, little by little.
This time, I'm not breaking my word.
At the base, the blue candle is long since gutted out. Lucy remains at the table, staring at the uneven little round of hardtack before her. Hero sits beside her, telling a news story she made up, while Nemo leans nearby, listening in silence. Lucy seems distracted, gaze drifting to the door now and then, as though waiting for something. Time calls by, and just as Lucia looks outside again, the force field readings spike. Something's outside. Heavy footsteps sound from outside, as if someone was dragging themselves forward with the last bit of strength. The door shutters open. Chris drops, collapsing to his knees at the threshold before anyone can reach him. His arm has been ripped away in great jagged sections. His left arm hangs at a sickening angle, nearly detached from the shoulder. His force fields fail completely. The shattered fragments remain still clinging to his broken frame.
Lucia.
Chris? Yor yanks back the child, trying to rush forward. Sees the dark crimson veins threading up Chris's arm, all the way to his shoulder. Chaos contamination. Chris knows it too. That the tremors racking his broken frame, he forced himself to go still.
Don't come closer. Happy birthday, Lucia. I made it back. This time.
The final fraying thread of his sanity, is that roaring voice no longer human.
Nemo, help me. One last time. Let me die as a human.
Nemo grits his teeth and, with agonizing effort, draws the blade from his waist. In the next instant, because a broad figure surges toward him in a blur. His blade plunges deep into Chris's chest, a sensation he knows all too well. Nemo looks down at his face, at the last trace of consciousness draining away, until nothing human stares back. He's seen this before. The courtyard where he grew up, an ordinary evening at dusk. His father stood before him then, line his eyes guttering out. That day he had to... No. Why does he always end up on the same path? Nemo's arm trembles. No matter how he tries, he can't pull the blade free. His body seizes again. Dark red veins spread across half his face, creeping towards his eyes. Just before they claim him completely, Chris goes motionless. His gaze lifts, drifting beyond Nemo, settles on something in the distance. Lucia clutches the kodachi in her small hands. She grips it with effort, using to hold Chris tauter, blades trembling slightly in her hands. He stands there nonetheless, placing himself in front of the aura. A child of 7, holding a blade longer than her forearm, standing between everyone what Chris has become. He looks at her. Across his face, which has nearly lost all trace of humanity, fleeting human expression surfaces. His lips tremble, then possibly, they curve into a faint smile.
Finally.
In the center of his vision crouches the monster that slaughtered his wife and daughter. Countless nightmares, he watched them die at its claws. It was always one step too late. Today, someone lifted that long overdue blade in his place.
You found what you want to protect, kiddo.
He smiles with a cry of relief. Watch that monster's form fade until there's nothing left. His feet begin to move again. 500 miles, 400 miles. On and on he walks, back toward the starting point of his journey. Everything seems to return to how it was in the beginning. Sweet steam still curling from the oven, fireplace aglow, his wife's gentle voice, the noisy chatter of his daughter. I'm back. He collapses, arms still locked in an embrace. Nemo's pupils tremble. Before his eyes, his father's face, faces of one broken patient after another, and Chris's. They swim together, overlapping, drifting apart. Seems to see it too. That settling sun, sky tumbling once more into endless night.
He's powerless. His fate's never been anything else. Time stretches, heavy and soundless. At last a small hand comes to rest on the back of his. For some reason, she seems to be desperately holding back her grief. Her eyes and nose red. The crooked little crown she wore has tumbled off somewhere. She gently crouches down and closes Chris's pain-filled eyes. Seeing that her hat has fallen to the ground, she stoops, picks it up, sets it back on her head. And on her tiptoes, she reaches up and tenderly wipes Leora's tears away. She means to say don't cry, but her mouth opens and the words never come. A world's worth of sorrow crashes down upon that small chest. Chris's death brings no comfort to anyone. A mirage of happiness existed only in his own eyes. The very last moment of his life. When that flickering candle is snuffed out, all he's still living is a damp, cold, unending night. Outside the window, the fog grows even thicker.
Fuck, man. Shit. I'm gonna need a moment, bro. Just give me a sec. Damn it, bro. Like, damn. I thought Kamui's thing broke me, bro. Like, how was this impacting me way faster than Kamui's story? Well, then again, I guess because things are happening much more faster, it's like, I shouldn't really feel too much because of these guys, but it's like, I think because it's like, because Lucia's in there, right? And we're actually seeing how she's going through all of this. And not just like observing from like, oh, a possibility of what could have happened, but it's like actually seeing those memories like, wow. I don't even know what words to formulate here, but I was just so sad. Damn. So I don't get it. It's like, is Nemo still alive still or not? Or is it just Leora left of the original team? Seriously, first Helga and Julian, then Chris, and potentially Nemo too. It's like, it sucks for Chris. Like, I get it, he wanted to be a hero, having his own story and everything, but damn. I do like this, like, this is trying to make an image of sorts. I don't know what the image will be, but it better be worth it. Easy from afar. It's like, who's gonna do the missions now? We lost Chris. Chris is dead. Well, then again, I guess they do have other people, right? But it's like, not the main Vanguard team. Dominic's Vanguard team, a coalition of remarkable minds from every corner of a broken world, once numerous and united in their desperate bid for salvation, the number's only 5. Oh yeah, the other numbers, right? The ones we don't talk about. By dawn, the 5th replica of the key is completed. Leora sinks back into her chair, gaze fixed on 5 steady pulses of light. It's only the data bleeding across the screen blazing through a haze. Finally. Propped against the doorframe, Nemo stares at the blue glow filling the room. Oh, okay, Nemo's still around, okay. Pinches the bridge of his nose, jostling something deep in the gesture. Chaos contamination spreading faster. According to Julian's projections, the base of Forcefit could only hold for another month at most. I know. We have to go soon. Right. They have to go to the Hetera Tower. It's literally their only place left in the world. Like, seriously, that's messed up. Like, you finally escaped that hellhole of a tower, like, that demon's tower. To come back to a world, it's shrinking, and the only place left you have is the Demon Lord's castle that you barely escaped out of with your lives and sanity. Like, I don't even know how people can make that kind of decision, even if it's to survive. Like, they know the suffering they've endured there. And Lucia, have we decided?
Nemo stops mid-sentence, correcting himself. Somewhere along the way, the small figure becomes someone they all care about. But we can't say exactly when it happened. I mean, I get it, it's dangerous to take her with them to that place, but I mean, you can't leave her alone. Yeah, how could you leave little Lucia here? With all those monsters just popping up whenever. Fingers trace something on the desk, absent and aimless. It's a green fog blush, stitched from old fabric. It seems crooked and even. Ah, the green frog again. It'll always exist somewhere. She worked on it in secret these past few nights. As Lucia drifted off, she would sit beside her and sew, stitch by careful stitch. But only by her terminal's dim glow, prick her fingers again and again.
If we leave, she'll definitely want to come with us. I'll be terrified of seeing it. How she runs after us. What awful adults we've become, Nemo.
What's your plan? If you don't have one, I'll use mine. Yora takes the green frog in her hands, letting her gaze fall to its back. At the tail, the stitching ends in a knot. Let the neatest work.
It's alright. I'll do it. Lucy is a good kid. She loves stories. So let's end this goodbye with a kind one.
They're actually gonna leave her? Man. But again, it's like, I can understand though. I mean, if we didn't know of the dangers in the head of our tower, I'd still say take her with them, but that place is too much for little Lucia like that. Way too much. That day, for the first time in a long while, Leora steps away from her lab and is stationed in the lab. Loves Lucia wanted the dandelions in the flower bed. Plants have grown crooked and stunted, some already yellowing. Artificial light, she knows, can never truly replace the sun. Later she sits with Lucy on the hallway bench and teaches her a few new words. Lucy picks them up quickly, but her writing's slow. Each stroke is traced with deliberate care, as though she was carving something into stone.
You're doing great, Lucia. You pick things up so quickly.
Head still bowed, Lucia writes on. She completes one line, hesitates a moment, and lifts her gaze.
Leora, I came out so early today. Usually, don't come out until dark. My work, I finished sooner than I expected. Your hand, what happened?
Without thinking, Leora draws her right hand behind her back. Fingertips are dotted with small needle marks.
I bumped into some equipment in the lab. It's nothing, really.
For 2 seconds, Lucia holds Leora's gaze. Lips tighten as she drops her head and says nothing more.
The program for keyframe adaptation's ready. We'll proceed tonight and leave at dawn.
Alright. So, what did you tell Lucia?
I haven't told her yet.
Something nods behind Leora's eyes. She's turning it over, struggling. No one answers. Lights drone overhead, mosquito hum threading through the quiet. We're out of time, Leora.
I know. Just let me have one last night with her.
That night, Leora closed the work area door behind her for the last time. Steps into bed beside Lucia, as she's done every night these past few days. Lucia's tucked tight inside a thermal blanket, into a tiny knotted shape. Leora lays her hands on the small of her back and strokes, studies a lullaby over and over. For a long, long time, Zippy watched each other in silence. In the end, the adult's the one who speaks first.
Lucia? Tomorrow, the others and I are going on a long trip. We finished making the keys, but we need to send those somewhere very far away. And we have to go ourselves. It won't take too long. Once the keys are delivered, everyone's going to work together to cure this world.
So if something's launching a drone, Leora lets each word out one at a time.
So Lucia, you wait for us here at the base. Eat well, sleep well, take good care of the dandelions. Wait for us to come back, okay?
Her answer comes fast, as though it had been ready long before it was asked. Leora wants to say more. She wants to tell her not to be afraid on her own. She wants to tell her which cabinet holds the food. The water purifier felt its need changing every 2 days. How to manually switch modes if the force field's power runs low. She doesn't want Lucia to take this as their last goodbye. A sorrow too large for words lodges in her throat. She's nearly voiceless now.
Good night, Lucia.
Saturday, good night she's ever spoken.
Good night, Leora.
Leora's the first to close her eyes. Hand keeps rubbing Lucia's back, slow and steady. Listens in the dark for even a cadence of sleep. The minutes stretch on and the girl's breathing never evens out. Lucia hasn't learned how to fake sleep yet. Running, chasing, racing across the soft grass in the backyard. Afternoon light still holds its warmth, golden orange. Leora throws her arms wide, laughing and calling out as she runs across the grass. 4 autumnal children shrieks with laughter. Laughing, Leora lunges for the boy trailing at the back. But the moment her fingertips graze that washed-out shirt, the softness in her arms dissolves into cold nothing.
Huh?
Leora freezes in confusion, but the game's momentum drags her forward all the same. She turns, arms outstretched, toward a girl with her hair in twin braids. But the instant their skin meets, the child crumbles, form flaking off like porcelain struck too hard.
Where did you go?
One then another. Each time she reaches for a child, the child dissolves before her eyes. It was the last afternoon she ever played with the children from the orphanage. When she returned, they'd all perished, claimed by the corruption of the chaos contamination. One by one, those long-buried fragments drift past her, bright, aching with sorrow, then gone, sinking back into the dark. Stands now with the orphanage's ruins. A small building, the one whose roof she once fought to mend, has been reduced to a single half-standing wall. The children's drawings are still there, tacked to the crumpling plaster. Rain split the crayon into soft watercolor blurs, but she recognizes them. The largest one, little figure shown in a ring, hands clasped, and in the center stands someone with long hair, just a little taller than all the rest. Leora. She reaches for the drawing, fingertips graze the wall, and the paper turns to ash in an instant, spilled through the brickwork like a whisper. There she hears those voices. They multiply, these voices, pulling far and farther away, blurring at the edges into a fractured murmur she can no longer parse. As if many people are speaking at once, somewhere far off, all saying the same thing. Then the voices drift further, fading to the distance until there's nothing left to hear. Time loses its shape, finds itself standing in a darkness without end. Then somewhere far ahead, light flickers into being. It's just a small point of brightness. The kind from the story Leora once told. A lone star burning softly in the back, asking nothing at the dark around it. It's the child who was lying beside her. Lucy is curled there in the heart of the light, fast asleep, tiny and tucked into herself. The girl watches her for a long, long time. From her pocket, she draws out the finished frog plush and lays it gently beside Lucia's hand.
Fingers shift over the crown of Lucia's head, hovering there for a long time. Or an inking moment. Slowly she withdraws. I'm sorry, Lucia. Gets to her feet, so heavy. Turns away and walks into the darkness. Someone has to become the hero of the story. In her daze, the drawings rise softly beneath her feet, crumbling away into luminous dust. Dust lifts, scatters, slowly shapes itself into a path. She must leave now. Step by step she walks, each footfall crushes another drawing. Each step sending fresh sparks of light drift into the air. Ahead only the endless dark. Behind her the light shrinks, smaller and smaller. Fingers find a doorknob. Leora? Leora stops in her tracks. Lucia? Lucia stands at the far edge of the corridor, barefoot. Green clutched to her chest. Hair still a mess from sleep she never fell into. Don't worry. I heard some unusual noise from the force field. Just need to check on it in the work area. She speaks, she turns her face slightly away, the gaze slipping from Lucia's eyes down to her shoulder. It's barely a movement, but Lucia sees it anyway. Sees the tremor in Leora's lashes, where her fingers clench the hem of her shirt, trembling, bone white at the knuckles. Just go back to bed. It won't take long, and then I'll... It's okay, Leora. Leora's hands are cold, trembling, like a string drawn too tight, on the verge of snapping. Without another word, Lucia tightens her grip. The small hands wrap around Leora's much larger one. As if she could lend her strength, as if she could hold it together. I know, Leora. You've been through a lot, Leora. Lab lights stay on every night, sometimes past midnight. I can hear you in there. When you cry by yourself, you close the door, but the light below the door still moves. When Aunt Helga died, you stayed up all night holding her things. The day Julian died, you sat in the comms room for hours, just looking at the screen. Every time you come out the lab and see me, you smile. But when you turn around, your face goes all tired. You carry everything by yourself, Leora. Lucia's hands tighten a little more around Leora's. Nemo, Chris, Helga, Julian, too. All of you. She pauses, as if searching for the right word. You work so hard. Harder than anyone. Leora can't bring herself to turn. Looking in those eyes, she knows. The pretense would shatter. So, I'll be good. Just go. She leaves Leora's hand and steps back a pace. Straightens his spine, sits as tall as her small body allows, even though she only comes up to Leora's shoulder when she's crouching. I can take care of things at home. I'll water the dandelions. I know how to change the water filter every 3 days. The food's in the 3rd cabinet. I counted. There's enough for a long time. Chris, you taught me how to use weapons in the storage room. I haven't used a laser gun yet, but I think I can figure it out. And the force field goes off, turn the right knob 2 clicks to the left. Nemo showed me that too. Lucia lists each task one by one, fingers tapping a quiet rhythm against her side like she's reciting from a checklist. So don't worry about me. Just go do your thing. Stops short. She speaks again. Voice carries the hint of a held-back cry. I'll take care of everything here, bud. Just come back soon, okay? The moment the words leave her mouth, her eyes flush red. She holds it back. Her mouth draws in. Her jaw squared. She fights against it like she's struggling to keep something locked inside. My bad. Dependable grown-up so small let a farewell. Say safe travel. Say come home soon. Swallow their tears until their back is turned. She's seen so many times. Teardrops from her lashes. Hand flies up to catch it, but the next one's already gathering, ready to spell. Sorry about that. It's just really breaking me. Though I thought the stories, the false promises that I'll be back soon would be enough to convince the little girl. Lucy has always known. From the beginning, she knew everything. She understands too. The grown-ups sometimes need someone to believe their lies. Leah opens her mouth and her voice comes out stronger than ever before. I'm sorry, Lucia. Tears come first. Big, unrestrained, straight from Leora's eyes. Then her arms open wide and she wraps around Lucia's small, slight body. See, I'm crying too. The grown-up's crying, so you can cry now. You don't have to hold it in anymore. Never again, Lucia. I'm so sorry. We failed. We made a child become a grown-up because of it. Thank you for taking care of us all this time. Lucia's face, pressing to Leora's chest, begins to pinch and crumble. Slow collapse of all her held together bravery. Just be a kid, Lucia. Run around, make a mess, get mad at stupid things. However you want. I don't want to see another child to grow up too fast, who can't even say they're scared. Tip of Lucia's nose flushes a bright raw red. Everything we did, wasn't it all just so you could be a kid? A carefree kid? Lucy chokes hard, a grief caught in her throat, and then it breaks loose. I'm just gonna read my normal voice because I don't think I can take it. I don't understand any of those big papers. Sephora, low threshold, project single protocol. I don't know what they mean. It scares me. They're not fairy tales I can understand, and it scares me. I was scared when the dandelion seeds weren't sprouting for days. I was scared when Nemo wouldn't talk to me at first. I was scared when Helga and Julian were gone. I was scared when Chris was going to hurt you. I was scared everyone's going to lose their minds. This world made me scared. This place made me scared. I was so scared. I was really scared. Lucia bursts into loud, unguarded wailing. I tried to be brave because you were all still here. But now everyone's leaving me. Lucia's small shoulders convulse against Leora's chest. Crying buried in the fabric of Leora's shoulder. The word is lost. The wetness seeping through is unmistakable. Leora cries with her, arms locked tight in that tiny body. One hand pressed to the back of Lucia's head, stroking hard again and again, as if the river might hold them both together. It goes on a long while. Maybe a goodbye only takes hold when the tears have all run dry. Leora's tears soak into Lucia's hair. She doesn't wipe them away. I'm so sorry. I promise. I'll come back as soon as I can. Voice still trembling. When I come back, we'll look for Luna together. We'll go see the dandelions bloom. Leora's hand finds the blush toy cradled between them, but sits softly. And this one is my gift for you. His name is Froggy. From a really cute cartoon. When I come back, we'll watch it together, okay? Gives her answer begrudgingly.
childish stubbornness surfacing.
It'll keep you company while I'm gone. When you hold it to sleep, it'll be like I'm right there.
And as Lucia raises her face, she drags Froggy to her chest and grips it hard, holding on as though it too may slip away.
When the dandelion's blue? When the chaos contamination's gone?
Yo extends her hand, running her thumb gently across Lucia's flushed cheeks to wipe away the final streak of tears.
We'll be back home.
The corridor stretches ahead, long and bare. Footsteps echo on the metal floor, each one a little quieter, a little farther away. She holds back her tears, not looking back. At the corridor's end, Nemo leans against the wall. His gaze settles on her, heavy with quiet understanding. In silence, he pushes out the wall and walks with her toward the exit. The other three stand ready at the door. You're secured. The 5 keys glowing faintly within their frames. Without a word exchange, all 5 of them stop for a breath before the final door. Goodbye, Lucia. As one, the Vanguard team draws a deep breath and steps forward. Then the corridor holds only Lucia. Lucia stays where she is, clutching Froggy, barefoot on the cold floor. She listens to the footsteps travel from near to far, from crisp to muffled, till the low hum of the force field generator swallows them whole, until nothing's left to hear. She looks down at Froggy in her arms, one black button eye, one gray. Both stare back at her, crooked and uneven. You see just its eyes, folding the bigger one down a little, pulling the smaller one up. There. Now they're almost the same. Then craning Froggy close, she makes her way slowly back to her room. When she passes by the flower bed, she stops, gaze falling on the dandelions. A few have begun to bud. Small green balls are forming, tucked tied to the tips of their stems. She crouches down and touches one lightly with her finger.
Bloom soon, okay?
She rises, holds Froggy closer, steps into her room. The corridor settles back into silence. The full-fridge generator hums on, low and steady, like the only heart still beating in this space. The flower bed, the dandelions sway gently beneath the lights, growing without a sound. To save Lucia's world and all the worlds beyond it, the Vanguard team sets out once more. A few dandelions sway in the Institute's flower bed. They're small and crooked, leaves tinged with sickly yellow. But they stayed aligned in the flower bed, quietly watching it all. God damn it, man. This story really hurts you in the feels. Like, god damn, I've had moments with Himiko's story, with Alicia, with our boy Finon and our girl Cyrene, and Dana's story too. But god damn, is this like so much? Like, I don't think I've had to take this many pauses for like a brief moment in like ever. Just give me a moment. That really hit. It really hurt. It really hurt, man. God fucking damn it. Like, can there ever be a Lucia that actually gets to keep something? Like, come on, man. This ain't right.
But that just shows that they're really good at it, because god damn it, did that hurt to have to continue, but it's like, I have to do it. And even if I don't voice it, like, reading it still hurts too. Give me a minute to, like, drink my water. I'll be back. But damn, what also hurt just as much was just the music, man. The music really helped hone it in. But it's like, it's crazy because you wouldn't have even expected something like this to turn up. But now it brings the whole question, what the fuck happened? What happened to this little Lucia, bro? Like, how the hell did potentially someone like this end up into whatever this is, bro? What the fuck? What happened? Now I really do have to know. God fucking damn it. Is it gonna hurt having to see whatever makes this happen? Because I know it's not gonna be a good one, but that hurts even more. It'd be one thing if it's like, oh, it's just one that maybe like turned evil and just wanted power, but it seems like a lot more than just that. So I don't even want to know if I actually do want to learn what happens, but I have to anyway. This is the main story. So that is fucked up, though. One day after the Vanguard departed. Okay. Think I'm good to continue. Sorry about that, but I really need a moment. But I know I'm probably still gonna cry a lot more during this, because it's like, again, seemingly this does not end well for this Lucia in one way or another. I don't know how, but it's somehow gonna end up that way. Like, even if, like, the current, like, Alpha and Lucia are fine, it's like, knowing what's happened to this Lucia, she's still the same girl as always, regardless of which universe it is. It's like, it still hurts. And she's always gonna have to go through some form of pain, especially a massive one like this every damn time, regardless of which timeline. At a long, tearful farewell with Leora, Lucia remains at the starting point, left behind with permission. She decides she'll no longer be the obedient child. From now on, she'll do as she pleases. She first abandons her strict 2 meals a day routine. Today she feels like eating, so she has crackers 3 times. The unfamiliar feeling of a full stomach brings a brief contentment, but also convinces her to eat only once tomorrow. Then she mimics Leora and the others, standing before the complex instruments, nodding and shaking her head, pretending to review data, flip through files, and grasp what they mean. Finally, before bed, she stands before everyone's doors and says, "Got it all figured out, you know. You'll be so surprised when you come back." Every door stays hushed, offering no reply. A child's rebellion can only stretch so far. I wonder if we'll actually see what happens, because I mean, we'd have to, right? We'd have to know if like they actually accomplished it, and like what would it even do? Because it's like they said, it wouldn't really eliminate the chaos contamination. Like at most, it would probably clear out the fog, but then it also brings a new question: like, is there even more of humanity even left? Like, if the fog is spreading everywhere, and this place is only holding because of a force field, who's to say the rest of the world hasn't already been consumed by that point? 2 days after. Lucy gets up early, lingers for a few minutes, standing still and looking toward the direction the Vanguard team took. She finally accepts the truth. Won't be coming back today either. Gathers Frog into her arms and begins another day of living alone. I think for my own better judgment, I will just read Lucy's lines in my regular voice. I think if I try to do Lucy's, it's just gonna hurt me too much. Her first act is to water the dandelions 3 times. She breaks off a small morsel from her own rations, grinds the powder, and lays over the soil. hesitates briefly, but in the end, she commits, fishing out one of her hoarded candies, the very one the hero gave her from a red box. She dissolves the candy in water and feeds that too into the earth. Put something nutritious into the earth and it becomes fertilizer. Lucia knows this well. Her mother taught her that much. When she's done, she crouches beside the flower bed, with quiet satisfaction, gently stroking the green leaves. That way you'll bloom sooner. Morning comes, the alarm clock rings. Lucy sprints at full speed toward a water purification unit, scrambles up to the top of the tank and slots in the filter cartridges the adults prepared and left nearby. With the mission complete, she races at her second fastest speed toward a little flower bed in the hallway. Set of bare feet flying across the room, then a sudden screeching halt at the hallway corner. Lucy lets out that universal shriek one very child unleashes when something they love is torn away from them. Stumbles around the corner, racing toward the flower bed, and gives into her skid, slides all the way to the nearest dandelions. Hand trembles as she reaches out, aching to touch the yellow wilted leaves, terrified that even the slightest touch will be the end of them. What did I do wrong? She nearly lets a few salt-laden tears seep into that already burned soil, but stops herself just before they fall. There's no choice but attempt to rescue the handful of dandelions that still cling to life. For the storage, she retrieves the smallest entrenching shovel and gently scoops them from the flower bed, one by one transplanting them into Leora's coffee cups. Leora had many coffee cups. Before she left, she scrubbed each one spotless. There'll be nothing inside them that could finish the dandelions off, far better than Chris's old liquor bottles. This knowledge eases Lucia's heart. In the afternoon, Lucy arranges the 5 surviving dandelion in cups, back under the daylight lamp. The lamplight flickers through the leaves, illuminating the delicate blades until they seem almost transparent. Lucy curls herself up beside them, chin resting on her knees, and watches the yellowish-green veins in stillness. She cannot see life flowing through those veins, so she has no way of telling whether they'll live or die. The warm yellowing light wraps around her, pulling her towards sleep. Faint despondency and loss enfold her, giving her the strange sensation of sinking through something unreal. Thoughts begin to drift. How far had the grown-ups of the Vanguard team traveled by now? Turns it over and over until sleep nearly claims her, but no understanding comes. Something far beyond what the alpha-beta materials ever taught her. Simply cannot grasp it. Perhaps when she's older, when she's grown, the way the dandelions grow, then she'll understand. Sinks to a deep sleep beside the ravaged flower bed, oblivious to the low, rasping roars that drift in from beyond the door. Seven days. Early morning, the alarm hasn't rung yet. Lucy is jolted awake by clamoring footsteps. Takes her only 2 seconds to go from dazed to certain. Footsteps don't belong to anyone from the Vanguard team. Wait, what? Springs up immediately, races to the console that controls the force field, and fixes his eyes on the crucial knob. Something wrong with the force field? Run out of power already? But I didn't hear any alarm. Should I turn the knob? Lucy doesn't know that turning the dial means depleting the power reserves, or with heavy adjustment, her own chance of survival shrink right alongside them. Still, she does it anyway. There's a knob 2 clicks to the left. She listens as the howling outside slowly subsides. Only then does she let herself breathe. That day, at the tips of the 5 remaining dandelion stems, the first trace of yellow petals begin to show. Lucy seems blooming as the arrival of happiness. In truth, it's a countdown to the plant's end. Lucia doesn't know that. Unaware, she drifts slowly toward death, carried along by the passing days. In a quiet way for the dandelions to bloom. Yeah, because even then, we learned that from, was it Nemo or Julian talking, that there's only so long that the force field can hold anyway. That's why I don't understand, is like, what does leaving Lucia behind do? I guess it's, like I said, it's probably just because if she went to the tower, she'd probably relive live through nightmares that they wouldn't want a child to go through. That's the best thing I can think of, but still. The Vanguard team has yet to return with news of victory, but the monsters born of the chaos contamination have clearly evolved. They're closing on to humanity's last sanctuary. Lucy goes back to the storage room, prying weapons off the racks with hands and feet both. She remembers the knowledge Chris passed on to her, just in case. Activate, aim at the monster, and pull the trigger. She killed an enemy for the first time. She also realized something for the first time. The enemies knew her name. Who are you? Wait, what? Aw, don't tell me they pulled a Chris. Come on, man. Don't make her go through that. Fear the unknown had never fazed her. She could simply label it as something wholly bad and eliminate it. The creature's house, they pressed closer to the door. The shattered syllables assemble into words she knows by heart. Like a mother calling for her daughter. Like Luna calling for her sister. Like Leora calling for little Alpha. Like Chris calling for his wife and child. But now, the fear born of the familiar seized their heart in a Christian grip. Beneath those tender calls, she can no longer tell whether the monsters are bad or not. So she no longer knows whether she should strike them down. More monsters are scaling their way closer. Lucy doesn't shoot again. Instead, she flees, scrambling up the stairs. Reaches the stairwell's fire door closed behind her, slinging it with a desperate turn to lock. She stuffs Froggy into her backpack and bolts toward the flower bed beneath the damp daylight lamp, gathering up the 5 of Leora's cups. 5 dandelions on the verge of blooming and clutching them to her chest. She keeps running, nearly crashing through every Vanguard member's door, grabbing anything that feels familiar and comforting, bagging into her backpack. She goes to Chris's room first, the room no one's entered since the day he died. Bursts through the door, then falters, frozen in place. The familiar chaos she remembers has been erased, every surface tidied into meticulous order. No rest on the floor addressed to no one but her. I cleaned the place up, making a kid deal with my mess the other day isn't right. Sorry, Lucia. I'll pay more attention from now on. It's written before our birthday party. From Chris's room, she takes a note on a set of weapon components. For Julian's, a communications terminal. From Helga's medical station, a single syringe. Nemo's room is no longer locked. Steps inside, her eyes land instantly on the thermal blanket she'd given him, laid out on the table. It's now folded with care, folded her way, placed there with quiet intention. Atop the blanket rests a tiny transparent keychain, containing a wisp of soft orange-white fur. Fur of a cat, perhaps? Aside from this, Nemo's room holds almost nothing. Joined the Vanguard empty-handed. Now he's off the same way. Shoves these useless things into her backpack in a frantic heap and bursts out again. She runs, carrying everyone's belongings on her back. She feels as though she's only just beginning to know these adults. Adults who were so good at hiding pieces of themselves. Glances down without thinking and suddenly notices the dandelions in the cup have bloomed. A few small flowers, bright, vivid yellow. The grown-ups still haven't come back. These grown-ups are so bad at lying. And so Lucy abandons the ground floor. It's no longer safe. She retreats to the second floor, carrying everyone's regrets with her. She can hear them. The monsters she no longer dares to fight. The ones she can never hope to kill, prowling against the door, straining to reach the only survivor inside. She does every heavy thing she can move against the door and then presses her own back flat against the thick metal plate. Tears well in her eyes, she clutches the backpack and the coffee cup dandelions to her chest and keep them from falling. Everyone's here with me. The flowers are still blooming. We haven't lost yet. She grits her teeth and braces against the shuddering thud, holding firm until the pounding stops. The monsters leave at last and retreat to prowl elsewhere. "30 days. Lucy's been driven back step by step, floor by floor, till she's cornered at the very top of the base. Sits curled up, arms wrapped around her knees, too weak to speak. Desperate scramble upward, she's lost every last supply she had. No longer remember the last time she ate anything. Numbly, she grips a nearly exhausted red marker and begins to write slowly across the floor. I want to eat. I want water. Licks her cracked lips and tastes the faint trace of blood. The words before, leave her food, begin to blur. And possibly they wobble upright, sprout spindly legs, and go for a little stroll around her. Wave a brief farewell, then scamper off. Where are you going? Even my wishes are leaving me behind? Seconds to her feet, stumbling after the fleeing words. Beneath each unsteady, twitching step lies every wish she's written across the floor all this time. I want to see Mom and Dad again. I want to see Luna again. I want to be Mom and Dad's child again. I want to be Luna's sister again. I want Froggy back. I want Leora back. I want Helga back. I want Julian back. I want Nemo back. I want Chris back. I want... Words begin to shift, no longer the simple wishes of a child. Something larger swells beneath them. I want success. I don't want failure anymore. I want the research to go well. I want everyone to make it back. Red writing sprouts across every floor and every wall, crammed together in a dense, desperate mass. Walks the full length of her wishes only to be stopped by a door on the top floor. The restless words slip through the crack beneath her, escaping her grasp. She leans weakly against the door, body slowly sliding down until she sinks to the floor. Perhaps the fleeting words have drawn attention, but beyond the door comes a growing rustle, sound of something creeping closer. Something even reaches the door handle, pressing down and testing. Presses her weight against the door and whispers reassurances to herself. It's gonna be okay. I'm not scared. I'm brave. Nothing can scare the brave little hero Alpha. She keeps watch over the dandelions and the coffee cups, eyes fixed over the 5 fluffy white puffs. Flowers have long since bloomed and faded, withered away into these delicate fragile seeds, so fragile that a single breath would scatter them. The girls probably aren't coming back. Beyond the door where her eyes cannot reach, the void is consuming everything. A rift of the fog is spread across the entire world. Steps in the stairwell crumble to dust, each one dissolving to the grate with a soft rustling sigh. Shrieking the monsters fades into the distance, or more precisely, it's devoured by something unseen. Then the hum of the FOS laboratory instruments dies away, and the sound of dust settling upon the floors falls silent. The world before her blurs, stretching into streets, bleeding away like runaway ink. The world's turning into chaos, into nothingness. Even with a child's mind, she understands this. The world's collapsing. And all the world, only one small, ordinary little girl remains. Two rhythmic tremors pulsed through the door. Sound and sight both vanished. All that remains is the raw vibration against her back, like her mother gently knocking, rousing her from sleep. Hits her head sharply. Only now does she know if does the truth strike her. Nothing's left in all the world, but her and the door she leans against, like a tiny boat drifting alone through the fog. This day, this world, little Lucia picks herself up from the floor and, with great caution, opens the door. It's Lucy who opens the door. Behind the door, there's nothing. Only the graveyard of civilization. Far away, a faint glimmer flickers in the distance. Your path emerging into the ruins. Trail left by the vanguard team. Shoulders her backpack and, with the utmost gentleness, cradles the coffee cup dandelions in her arms. At first, she simply traces the tracks, feeling her way. Then, like a child learning to walk, she follows the scattered points of light. She must be deliberate with every step, carefully command the muscles in her legs. The voluntary spasms have been growing more frequent lately. I must... There are no gods in this world. Lucy can only demand more of herself. Just a little harder, a little further. Even the muscles that shape her voice are faltering. Soon she'll barely manage a whisper. I must find a vanguard team. Legs give out beneath her and she falls. The coffee cups shatter on impact. Dandelions tumble out with clumps of soil and the white puffs scatter everywhere. She stares at the scattered fluff, and in them she sees the 5 remaining vanguard members she once watched apart, now all fallen, all lost. At last she breaks down and weeps.
Feels as though the wish she clung to for so long has been shattered, scattered to nothing. Fragile hope crushed in a single blow. Puts herself onto her hands and knees, reaching out to gather the scattered seeds. Then a gust of wind, cool and perfectly timed, sweeps through. They all drift away. Tiny white parachutes shift onward, as she scrambles to her feet, weeping, and chases after them. Just like the kindergartners she once looked down on, the ones who cried on their first day, running after the adults they couldn't bear to lose. Tears blur her vision, smearing sticky and warm across her face. Keeps chasing forward. The glowing footprints beneath her grow fainter, fewer. As the last trace of an adult's step vanishes, throws herself upward with the last of her strength, crashes hard into the ground. Still, she catches nothing. The dandelion seeds have all scattered to the wind, never to come back. Beneath her palm, all she finds is something smooth and soft. A ribbon. Hand begins to tremble violently. Fresh blood still wet coats her palm. Lifts the ribbon and holds it before her eyes, studying it. Striped in blue and yellow, soaked in blood. It's Leora's soft hair ribbon. It says, "I broke my promise." She keeps crawling forward, soon enough her hands find a construct, or precisely the wreckage of a female construct. A second, third, fourth. Lucy wants to gather up the remains of the Vanguard members, hold them close, like the scattered dandelion seeds that could never be gathered again. The fog's corruption has devoured her tears. She can cry no more. She clutches Leora's ribbon and remains frozen in place for a long, hollow moment. Only then does she slowly lift her head and fix her gaze on Leora. I heard what you said. I read the files too. I know. The warriors turned into light, became Hero Omega. You went somewhere very, very far away. You have to deliver the Sephiroth. And those Sephiroth, they're in your frames, right? The dead don't speak. Silence answers their questions, offering no encouragement. Takes it as consent. I told you, Hero Alpha knows everything. That was her head, her resolve hardening into something final. And I also told you, Hero Alpha can keep flying, just like you, till she lights up the whole universe. She gazes out into the vast fog and spots a bridge in the near distance. Its far end, rift is slowly sealing shut. She forces herself to move again, pushing the bodies forward, struggling to drag them onto the bridge that spans across dreams. The bridge feels familiar to her, almost comforting, yet for reasons she cannot fathom, it repels her with violent force. Please don't push me away. She can't hear the bridge's silent screaming. Push the bodies forward regardless. What you said is true. Sending Sephiroth to other worlds can save everything. That everyone will come together, stand side by side, and beat the bad guys? But you probably couldn't make it happen. I'm not doing so good either. I can't go find Luna anymore. Then let me help you finish your mission. After she's pushed the last of the bodies down, she gathers the Vanguard's belongings onto her back, crawls along the bridge toward the rift, telling herself with quiet encouragement. She'll follow the dandelion fruits, wherever they've drifted. The little hero Alpha is heading out too. She leaps. My turn to rise with all my might. The void feels endless. She falls and falls, the bottom never arriving. Lucy squints against the rushing dark, clutching tight to her memories and the keepsakes the adults left behind. The fog keeps trying to strip them away. The emo's cat for a keychain is devoured first. Then Chris's note tears free and vanishes. Leora's hair ribbon snaps apart. Soon she'll have nothing left to hold. One moment she glimpses that crimson world. Next, debris drifting through the fog slashes her cheek
cuts into one eye. Her body soon covered in wounds. As the skin begins to peel away, she grits her teeth and casts everything she can no longer hold into the fog. Her hair is torn out, strand by strand. What little remains corrodes to ashen white. She's lost all her color. Her flesh corrodes next. When her muscles and bones can grip nothing more, clamps the remaining keepsakes beneath her teeth. She can give up everything, even herself. All she wants now is to light up the stars with whatever is left of her. To carry forward the hope that every Vanguard member, one after another, gave their lives to deliver. She's about to plunge into the depths of the fog, perhaps into an entirely new world. The sliver of light, the cold glow of an operating table, finally reaches her eyes. The fog has already consumed everything she was. Not even her precious memories remain. She feels someone holding her, an embrace that gives her permission to cry out again. And so she does. Her legs expand as she wails. This is the story, the Alpha, begun by Lucia. What the hell? So what, she's been like reborn? So I guess it's like her physical being no longer exists, but no, yeah, that would be the case, wouldn't it? Because again, Nemo's mind traveled into someone else, becoming Vonnegut, right? So I guess she was able to as well, but by being consumed by the fog? But damn, that little girl faced that to the very end. Wow. I don't think anyone could do something like that. And I know this is a story, but damn. And here's the transition from Lucia to Alpha. Damn, so she's literally actually had her mind travel to another world. But now the question is, will she be able to retain the memories needed? And does she have the Sephiroth or not? Again, I'm surprised we didn't actually get to see what happened with the Vanguard team. I thought we'd actually see what happened to them, but I guess that's for another time, because maybe it would also spoil some things. At least if I had to guess. Cry rings out like a green sprout breaking through the soil, like a door pushed open. Someone who's journeying from somewhere impossibly far away at last reaching the destination. The room glows with buttery warmth. As the nurse lays her beside her mother's pillow, the first soft rain of summer begins to fall outside the window. Her mother turns her head, strands of wet, damp hair clinging to her temples, breath still laced with the exhaustion of labor. She forces her eyes wide, drinking this tiny new life. Crumpled face, the moving hands, delicate tuft of wet newborn hair. Reaches out, grazing the baby with her fingertip. Her voice so hushed it seems she fears waking something sacred. Okay, so she's basically been reborn as to a different Lucy, or she made it to her of herself. Interesting. Bit by bit, time slips past. The day her mother fills the last page of her first baby diary, Lucia learns to speak her name. The journal notes that her father was so jealous that day he couldn't bring himself to eat dinner. Later, Lucia learns to run. From the edge of the bed to the door, from the door to the yard, from the yard to the little lane her father walks down when he comes home from work.
She runs faster and faster, so fast she can no longer stop herself, bending straight into his arms. Her father catches her, laughing as he lifts her into the air. Sunlight catches the police badge on his uniform, gleaming bright. Lately, Lucia seems to drift into long, wandering dreams. When she wakes, she remembers nothing. Only a strange heat remains in her palms, so she's just let go of something she'd been holding for a very long time. She cannot recall what the dreams are about. All that lingers is a feeling she cannot name. It says that something is yet to be finished. 3 years later, her mother finally comes home from the hospital. Lucia's father lifts her to the bedside, and she sees a tiny life, even more fragile and new than herself. Lucia nods happily. She doesn't fully grasp the words, but the knowledge that a new playmate has arrived at home is enough to bring a smile spilling across her face. The following winter, when the first snow begins to fall, Luna is still deep in her afternoon nap. Lucia leans on the windowsill, gazing out at a world turned white, the very shade of her own hair and her sister's too. The snow falls heavier, deeper, until it finally blankets the trees in the yard. Her mother's in the kitchen, her hands still wet. Lucia tugs her by the arm and pulls her over to the window. Oh wow, wait. Actually, yeah, isn't this actually the first time we're actually seeing the mother? Right? Because, again, we hadn't seen any memories of her, like, when the whole family was together like this, so, wow, okay.
So much snow. Isn't it beautiful? Do you like it?
Stoops low with a gentle smile, her own eyes sparkling with a wonder that mirrors her daughter's.
I love it. It's so pretty. Then when Luna wakes up, let's all go outside and make a snowman together. What do you say?
Lucia nestles into her mother's arms, watches the snow beyond the window. The house is warm, a gentle aroma drifts up from the kitchen. Luna's still lost in her dreams. She sways softly from side to side, though she can't quite tell why such happiness fills her. All she knows is that her mother's embrace is warm. With her baby sister here, their little home feels whole. One morning when Lucy is 5, her mother wakes to a faint rustling sound. She makes her way to Lucia's bedroom door and finds the light already on. Crayons are scattered across the floor in a loose circle. Lucia is sprawled on her stomach, absorbed in drawing something.
Lucia? It's still so early. What are you drawing, sweetheart?
Mother kneels down and studies the paper. She has a gray and white crayon cover it entirely, as if the child has drawn a great expanse of fog where nothing can be seen. Gray and white wax fills the page, thick mist made of crayon strokes. Inside the fog stands a few stick figures in a row, but some trail off halfway, the bodies overtaken by the gray, feeling as though they're being swallowed up. At the very center stands the smallest figure, arms spread wide. The space around her is empty. There's no one for her to hold.
Lucia, did you have a bad dream?
At last, Lucy's crayon goes still. She stares down at what she's drawn, looking just as puzzled as anyone.
I think there was a fog. A really, really big fog. And lots of people. They were walking in front of me. Walking so fast. I tried to run, but I couldn't catch them.
Mother draws Lucy into her lap and gently rubs her back.
Who were they? Do you know them? I don't know. They all went away. One then another, all gone.
Turns her hand over and shows her mother her palm. Nothing there. Nothing at all. She stares at the empty space for a long, long moment, still waiting for something to reappear.
I was right there, but I couldn't do anything.
Mother gathers her close. Lucia doesn't cry. Somebody presses her face into her mother's pajama.
When that fog ever comes, let me protect you, okay? Tender smile crosses her mother's face. She bends to kiss the crown of her daughter's head. Of course, sweetheart. My Lucia will protect me. Everyone can stand behind me. I'll protect you all. Alright, we'll all rely on you then, Lucia. Lucia doesn't smile. She nods with grave seriousness, then folds her drawing carefully and slips it beneath her pillow. Next morning, when her father rises early for his run, he discovers Lucia quietly falling behind her. She's only 5, small legs pumping furiously. After just a few hundred meters, she's already gasping for air. She stumbles and scrapes her knee and tears well up in her eyes, but she refuses to let them fall. Lucia, what's all this? You want to run with me now? I want to get strong. As strong as you. Oh yeah? What do you need all that strength for? She pauses to think, ticking off on her fingers one by one. To protect Mom, you, and Luna. Counts to 3 on her fingers and glances down at the one still curled against her palm. And lots of other people too. Lots of people, huh? Yeah. One day, I'm gonna protect lots and lots of people. Father laughs, utterly charmed. One smooth motion swings her up into his shoulders. Alright then. But first, I'll teach you how to protect yourself. Then you can protect everyone else. Deal? Perched on her father's shoulders, Lucia sits higher than she's ever had before. Up there, she can see the lane beyond the yard stretching away, far, far into the distance. Deal. Lucia gives her answer, little hands tangled in her father's hair. And it strikes her. If only she could climb a little higher, perhaps she'd see the figures hidden behind the fog. After that, Lucia lives through many ordinary happy days. Then one day, she straps on a school bag, steps out the front door, and begins to explore the vast, wondrous world awaiting her. She picks her first dandelion, learns her multiplication tables by heart, discovers rock music, cooks beside her mother for the first time, her fingers find her first chords on a guitar, takes Luna to her first movie. She steals her first ride on her father's motorcycle. She meets that green cartoon frog for the first time. Mother's diary, one dedicated to her 2 children, grew thicker, fuller, its pages brimming. Lucy's growing up, loved and happy, in the plainest, most precious way. And before she knows it, Lucy arrives at her 16th birthday. She always forgets this day, forgets the number circled in red on the calendar by her mother's hand, forgets she's grown another year older. But someone always remembers for her, the dishes she loves best, records she's been longing for, but can never bring herself to buy. The extra second she lingered before the katana models on display. Right, because the incident happened on her birthday, right? If I'm remembering correctly. But 16, I think she was much younger when that happened, right? Yeah, because she would have been a kid then, and then her and Luna would have been separated. In the morning, she pushes open the door to find balloons bombing through the living room. Kicks out with 16 candles. Luna's holding up her terminal to capture the moment. Father's laying to the side with a soft smile, and her mother picking out for the kitchen, apron still dusted with flour. Oh no, I guess they don't look the same, actually. My bad. I don't remember what age they were for that stuff. Or how they're supposed to look. Whistling out, mismatched and joyful. Luna's rising above the rest. Luna stands in the doorway, frozen for a moment. Then a smile breaks across her face, too. Everyone's smiling because of Lucia, because she exists, just as they did 16 years ago, on the day she first came into this world. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, a figure in white stands before the command tower's floor-to-ceiling windows. The cold gleam of data terminals at their back sweeps at the entire world etched before them. On the distant horizon, transport fleets guide or glide to the port in type formation, come from different continents, some holes still bearing the faded emblems of old borders. I touch down the same runway, engines sighing into silence together. Tens of thousands of containers settle into place like pieces on a vast chessboard, slotting precisely into their predetermined grids. Superconducting coils, high-density energy storage modules, precision machined vacuum chamber components. Each shipment that arrives, engineers lift their eyes from their stations,
Gaze is skimming past screens for just a heartbeat, so to confirm that something is truly steadily taking shape. Deep in the heart of the port, the skeleton, the 0 point engine already rises to the sky. Ah, shit. Yep, here we go again. Yes, motherfucker. This is Dominic. The above concludes technician report number 0170, submitted to the world government. Given the extended time frame this report covers, a brief overview of the background may help the council members better understand the context. It has been exactly 16 years since the Science Council's Landau probe intercepted an anomalous signal from the L2 Lagrange point. 16 years ago today, the Deep Space Probe Landau detected a non-natural electromagnetic pulse lasting approximately 11.3 seconds during a routine gravitational wave scan. The primate receiver array captured the anomaly. The pulse didn't originate from any cataloged celestial radiation source, nor did its spectral signature match any known cosmic background noise module. In short, it was a set of information. After 16 months of decoding, Dr. Nithard extracted a complete data scheme from the 11.3 second signal. Total volume of information far exceeded the theoretical capacity of its wave carrier. Oh, I see. Yes, the keys. I see. Yes, because Lucia still held the keys. So it did make it to this world. I see. But she wasn't able to hold on to it. Or maybe she has one of them with her, but maybe it's become a part of her, right? Because if that turned into information, maybe her body turned into it, right? Because we have information in our brains, right? So maybe her consciousness ended up started transferring to this Lucia in the form of information, of data. And the same way the keys did too, but one of them scattered, and that's what they were able to obtain. That must be it. Or it could be that they were reading the key that was with Lucy at the time. Okay, but yeah, that's different. I don't think we talked about anything like this happening, but again, it's like, we didn't have another Lucia come from another world in our timeline. Alright, Dr. Nithard, right. This means the sender achieved information compression through methods we have yet to fully understand. As for the contents of the schema itself, the assistance of linguists, we deciphered 3 distinct components. First, mathematical model based on 11th dimensional manifold topology, describing an entirely new mechanism for particle interaction. This mechanism falls outside any known extension of the standard model, yet after exhaustive verification, its internal consistency proved flawless. Yeah, so now we're going to see what the keys specifically held, right? Because, again, they were supposed to be blueprints that were made manifest because of information for the Head of Tower's core. But what exactly are those keys supposed to be used for? Or what do they possess? That's so, significant, but also dangerous. And that's the thing. Why do we even know about Sephiroth in this world, right? There seemingly isn't... Oh, okay, wait, hold up. Is it maybe that whatever happened in the current timeline that we're in of this story, of our Lucy, of our Grey Raven team, is it possible that the difference this time is that Sephiroth did make it, one of the keys did make it to this world, or the world of Punishing Grey Raven. However, this time it was without a messenger, without Lucia, right? And maybe we're gonna learn where. Is that what this is about? We're gonna learn where did the term Sephiroth for our world come from? Because if it originates from another world, how did it make it? And now we're learning how it at least ended up in this world. But why did things happen differently in our world? Because Alpha's Alpha in our world, but she's Alpha for completely different reasons. Yet this Lucia seems to be like Alpha, but in a completely different way. So I guess this question is, what happened to the Alpha / Lucia that traveled to the other world or worlds to keep sending the keys? But why did this one only give a key but not the messenger? Is that what we're gonna learn? We're gonna learn what happened to Lucia and why she wasn't able to make it to this world too like the rest. And again, the only reason that we're even learning this now is because the resonance from
multiple existences of the same individual, right? Lucia and Alpha had their own resonance because their parallel existences kind of like interacted with the Ascension Network in both ways because they're the same individual, but it can't really distinguish it as two separate individuals. But this time with the other Lucia, or I guess Hero Alpha we'll call her, she's able to resonate with them because she's now the one in control. She's now the most powerful, and maybe she was the Ascension Network as well. Kind of like Luna. It's a possibility at the end of the day, but it would explain some things. Because again, that's the point, right? Learning about the origin of Sephiroth. But again, then it brings another question. Why does Aisling know about it, right? I mean, she was able to retrieve information on FOS, but would that really grant her information on Sephiroth, or is she part of a project for it too? I mean, I guess it could be. Again, it's like, how would they have let that slip like that? But then again, I guess we kind of learned it from Live Limpidity because it was part of a separate project by Dominic given to FOS College. Or I mean, the FOS Military Institute. Building upon this foundation, the Science Council developed a comprehensive plan for artificial gravity field generation. I designated it Project String. Ah, there we go. Okay, so Project String survived again. Second, a set of engineering parameters for materials and energy science, as if someone had already completed all theoretical derivations and experimental validations, simply handed us the conclusions and operational procedures. Right, because again, that's the point, right? All this information that's supposed to be sent from other timelines is to prepare them for the disaster, right? It's supposed to prepare them for chaos contamination, and at least how to resist it. But again, is this going to be the same kind of world that chaos contamination exists? Or is it going to be one where the punishing virus exists? Because the thing is, chaos contamination, of what we know, only existed within the realms in which the Vanguard team, Dominic and Vonnegut / Nemo, all existed, right? But they're not here yet. They're not the team that had already gone through the chaos contamination. So if that's not the case already, is this still going to somehow find a way to become chaos contamination? Or is it going to be the punishing virus, and that's what makes this information much more difficult to use as it was meant to be, because it's something completely different? And again, it makes me think, is it only a coincidence, and only because of like butterfly effect and stuff like that, that chaos contamination and punishing virus are separate things for, like, just by coincidence, or just by restrictions and afflictions happening in specific timelines? Or did someone do it as a as a counter, right? They felt someone was cheating the game, right? Because this filtering, this kind of cleansing, or quote-unquote cleansing, that's happening because the punishing is because humanity tried to reach for a technology or a form of energy that was potentially too much for them, or that they weren't ready for yet. Potentially, right? So if that is the case, is it possible now that the actual reason this is punishing and not chaos contamination that Nemo went through is because whoever they are that Ishmael was working for, did they change what would occur in the other world so that they wouldn't be able to use the keys as the perfect cheat code? It makes me think it's possible, right? Because again, it would buy them a lot more time, they'd have a lot more reinsurance, and it's like, hey, that's not how it is. You guys are already breaking the rules, but now you're doing it even more so? We can't have that. Otherwise, how will you go through the filtering properly? That's what I think it could be. At least with this new information. But again, like I said, there's still a lot of inconsistencies, there's a lot of holes in the logic, but again, it does make me think, is the existence of chaos contamination and punishing virus really that much of a coincidence that they're somewhat similar as in a foundational sense, but very specific or differently in some specific terms and details? Interestingly, these parameters align closely with Dr. Villier's research. Inspired by this knowledge, we completed our quantum fluctuation models, making development of zero-point energy possible. Alright, yeah, Villiers, of course. Did he choose brother? And again, like I said, it's like some of the things will still be coherent with the stuff that probably happened in their world. Third, and most perplexing, at the schema's end was an unclassified data fragment. It wasn't mathematics. It wasn't engineering parameters. It wasn't even any recognizable form of encoded language. It was a waveform pattern resembling biological neural pulses. Human. I don't know yet what it carries. It could be a memory, an emotion, or merely noise. For now, I can't offer any scientific explanation for it. Regardless, this marked the first time human civilization received a message from life beyond Earth. 200 years after Wayfarer 1 embarked on its journey, our world had finally received a reply. Yeah, it's like, that's the thing. It's like, this can technically also be seen as a bad thing now, because it also makes them think they should reach for the stars, right? Even more so, because, again, they think it's from outer space, probably. They probably think it's like from even further beyond our solar system, but if they knew the truth, that information's a lot more dangerous and a lot more risky to deal with. And you need to be more close guarded with that secret, if they knew of that, right? But because they don't, the only thing they can assume is potentially aliens. And I can understand why, because whatever logic could you possibly formulate? If you're already going on the speculation of aliens, it's like, not hard to believe in like the supernatural, but it's like, how far would the supernatural even go by that point, right? That would mean some things can exist from the supernatural, but would that necessarily mean all things? Not necessarily. But I see that third thing, again, it was Lucia's data compacted and then transferred from the void, such the fog, to here. Okay. Very interesting. So it ended up being the key, the data, and Lucia. All those three things that traveled in time. What followed is known to you all. Driven by public enthusiasm and armed conflict alike, the world's major powers finally reached a consensus. The time had come for humanity to unite and venture beyond the cradle of Earth. Yeah, because again, that's also the problem, right? Like, this information is meant to save, but technically it's also causing the problem, right? Because that's going to make them use the zero-part reactor, and then it's going to bring chaos, contamination, or punishing, right? I mean, it's still going to happen anyway, but if anything, this is kind of like reinforcing it. Quite ironic, isn't it? Following the signing of the new Earth Codex, the world government emerged alongside the human unification movement. Aerospace technology received unprecedented support, and under the Science Council's leadership, planetary terraforming project and space colonization initiatives surged forward at full force. The oral report has entered its final summary when Dominic's brows furrowed. Almost imperceptibly, a familiar premonition hits. It kinda always visits just before an experiment goes wrong. Yeah, because it makes me think too, like, does he think maybe the research seems similar to his, right? Because the Vanguard team was all under the leadership of Dominic. Maybe he'd feel like something's wrong. Why is this information kind of like how I would derive it? Maybe. At least in the back of his mind, anyway. But again, better to use that information than to just let it waste and be like, oh, it's too late to implant this information now, with no longer having peace or alliances or anything like that. Chief Technician pays no mind to this minor interruption and carries on with the presentation. Gestalt, the Bifrost Orbital Accelerator, the Lunar Base, the Atlantic Eye, and the Zero-Point Reactor scheduled for completion in 6 years. Over these past 16 years, humanity's brought many dreams to reality. Right, yeah, forgot about that. The Bifrost Orbital Accelerator? Yeah, that was a long time ago. Lunar Base, yeah, Carninas, Atlantic Eye, Varus Chapter, Zero Point, the beginning of it all. Gestalt, also that. Crazy how far we've gotten to this. How many of those projects were on the side at the same time? Prickling urgency still refuses to fade, but simultaneously voices cry out somewhere beyond the room. Oh, maybe the thoughts of himself from the other world, right? Because again, Dominic vanished, but did he really disappear? Is it maybe like Lucia, like He was starting to break apart bit by bit in that world. And now all that exists is like an echo. And that, whatever that last echo is, maybe that transferred here too? Possibly? Maybe at the same time as Lucia? Or maybe the voices of his team. Because again, that information is stuff that they compacted over all those years of trying to survive in a dead world. Dominic looks out the window, eyes going wide. Transport craft is screaming through the sky at full speed, hurtling straight toward a warehouse packed with equipment. Ah, shit. Yep, here we go. The end of the world again. Roar tears open with a deafening roar. Blinding fireball erupts skyward as the blast goes through the air. Seeing heat waves surging outward, threatening to swallow half the port district. Wait, what? Wait, but they haven't turned it on yet, right? I thought this was supposed to happen when they do the whole announcement thing and the ceremony and turning it on, but this hasn't happened yet, right? Or is this happening at the same time and this is like just his inner thoughts and what he talked about before with them? Or is this like his grand speech? The highest level siren shrieked to life. Thousands of tons of industrial supplies detonating in a chain reaction one after another, like a string of fireworks, emptying to a sea of flames that lights up the entire coastline. Guards and firefighters surge forward, scrambling to establish a perimeter. Yep, here we go. Oh, right, this person. I was like, who the fuck is this person? We don't know her from our Alpha or our Lucia. I see. She's gonna be someone from this world. Hold up. Her hands. That's not Marlis, right? No, Marlis' hands were red, right? Imagine this is Marlis from another world. Well, well, do you see now, little Dominic? A more refined elegance that's draped in shadow, legs crossed with languid poise. I also feel like we've seen the silhouette before, like somewhere else other than the Kamui. Or, I mean, from this chapter, right? Right? Or am I just mistaken? Ornate mechanical fingers drum idly against the lever armrest. You keep placing your faith in humanity's better nature, but it will never ever win against the beast of self-interest. She exhales a slow stream of smoke, tone as casual as if she were commenting on the lever. Put that out, Cassandra. Such a killjoy. Cassandra? Okay, that's it. Wait, we heard that name too, right? Or maybe that was from this chapter. I don't know, she's definitely giving me like Marlis or Madame Manzano vibes. I'm just saying. Just also by how stylish she looks, because there's always those kind of people who are always evil in this series. Such a killjoy. Oh, and who could forget Vonnegut? The woman shrugs and with a touch of no compliance steps out her cigarette in the ashtray on the table. An ashtray placed there just for her, so no one else here smokes. How do you expect to convince the world to erase its borders, melt down its planes and tanks and nukes, all to chase some star they'll never live to reach? And for what? A drifting bottle you fish out of space? Don't be absurd. These are nations built on centuries of bloodshed. Peoples, dynasties, corporations. Oh, and let's not forget the life's work of brilliant minds like myself. Not you gifted, of course, yet ceaselessly driven. But it's interesting because it's like, we never heard of this person in our timeline, so it's like, does she not exist as Cassandra, or does she exist but just as someone else? No matter how many treaties you sign, how many rockets you launch, or how many children you parade around singing songs, humans will always be selfish creatures terrified of getting hurt. Your darling little utopian fantasy is still 2 million light years away. I mean, to be fair, it's like, considering what we've seen, humanity's not ready for that. I'd be inclined to agree with her, just because of what we've seen so far. A light year is a unit of distance, not time, Cassandra. You really have no sense of humor whatsoever, do you, little Dominic? But really, someone else actually Dominic was acquaintances with. That's a no. Cassandra, you're a businesswoman. We operate from different positions, different fundamental perspectives. I can hardly expect you to grasp the true scope of what these initiatives will bring to life, to Earth. I suggest we table this discussion here. No point in squandering any more time or energy on it. Oh, absolutely not. I poured far too much money into you to do anything but accommodate me whenever I decide to drop by.
Damn, who is this person? How much money has she put? Helps herself to another cigarette, lying in deliberate, almost taunting composure.
I've seen plenty of idealists like you. They all end the same way. Crushed by the world, or they tear themselves apart first. Tell you what, little Dominic, care to make a wager? I'll bet that one day you'll die for your ideals, while I ride my bestial instincts straight into the history books and live on forever in glory.
I mean, that's a bet he'll most likely lose. I say most likely because, again, still not proven if he just, died or just disappeared. Dominic has never been one to throw dice. As the invested sharp provocation, the chief technician holds steady, silent gaze locked on the chaos unfolding along the shoreline outside. A firefighter emerges from the wreckage cradling a child. While the face is smeared with ash, but the child's crying, still alive. Side member's blood, no doubt, brought all this way only to witness the disaster.
The silent card again. You're no fun at all. Now you're done with your report, yes? Can we finally get to the point? What did you actually call me here for? I've had a new idea these past few days.
Dominic knows that every cutting word Cassandra speaks carries truth. Manny's bestial nature is real. Greed, fear, violence, all of it. Undeniably real. Literally, it's real, and we've seen it. We've seen all those shades before. But beyond the wall of flames, the soldiers of different nations, the firefighters hurling themselves into the blaze, the engineers drawn from every corner of the globe, they too are just as real.
Ideas and bestial instincts have never been mutually exclusive. Humanity carries both at once. The real question is, when the darkness truly falls, which one tips the scale? And that is precisely why I need to gather more of those ideas together. Dominic's voice seems low, or seemingly meant more for Dominic's own ears than for hers. One or two more individuals can't shoulder this burden alone. Not even the best funded laboratory in the world can manage it. But a whole generation of people can.
Dominic returns to the desk and opens a file. The title page is a line yet to receive official approval. Oh, FOS College? Yep. FOS Military Command College Construction Proposal. Yep.
Huh. Chief Researcher isn't enough for you anymore? Now you want to play Headmaster too?
Okay. Sorry about that. There was something going on in the next turn. Alright, I'll read it.
Cassandra, you discovered that some billionaire had bundled up their entire fortune cast into the ocean. What would you make of it? Either they've lost their mind or they're on their deathbed. The same logic applies to the drifting bottle we found.
Ah, clever. Right, what if it was stranded from another world, another place that we don't even know about? She pauses in gesture. For the first time, a trace of genuine gravity settles into her features.
So what? Do you honestly believe there's an ET waving at us from Alpha Centauri? Formal logic rejects conclusions without premises. The same holds true for actions. I don't believe this was an act of charity. Whoever sent that message from beyond our corner of the universe did so out of necessity, not goodwill. If I were in their position, I would send it 1 second before the Earth exploded. I mean, he's spot on, and again, it's like, maybe he has a feeling, right? That there's definitely more to that information that he's meant to, like, believe. And it's true, it's like, this information is so classified, so world-changing, would you really give it for free? Like, you'd have to be somewhat skeptical of accepting such amazing information that could practically not only change the world, but build a career for free? And in space? Nah, that'd be cap. I'd burn it all to ash before I let someone else get their hands on my fortune. I don't know what became of them, but I do know that one person inheriting that legacy isn't enough. I need more people to join the voyage. People who will take this knowledge and devote themselves to the unification war, the scientific advancement, the pioneering the stars. I thought this was going to be something dramatic, and it's just a school. Did you really need me to come all the way down here for this? Money's not the issue. Just call my secretary later, the one I hired last week. Don't get the wrong person. She stretches with the air of a child who was worried of a game. Her expression shifts and without a word, she makes her way toward the door. FOS will be a crucible for forging the next generation. Everyone who graduates from here must be prepared to build a new world, then also, should the wars come to pass. What would be the worst? Paused at the door, resting her hand on the handle. Dominic doesn't answer. Perhaps there is no answer to give. It's a feeling, something deeper than reason, heavier than fear. The same way a sharp, sudden ache lanced through Dominic's brow upon first seeing the first humanoid waveform tucked at the tail end of the signal. If someone, somewhere impossibly far away, had spent the last of their strength, but out their very flesh and blood to press something forward across the void. You don't smoke, but you keep them anyway. That's a little laugh, flicking a meaningful glance toward the expensive cigarettes on the table. Oh right, and that thing from last time? What was it? The Sephora prototype? I still don't understand it, but it looks interesting enough. Keep at it. I want to see results by the end of the year. Voyage. What a pretty word. Okay. Starting to see things. Lucy still remembers the sunlight that day. It was too bright. So bright that when she stepped out of the exam hall, she had to lift a hand to shield her eyes. Late spring and notice board is hemmed in by bodies. Doesn't fight her way through. She waits on the edges until the crowd thins and steps forward to look. Comprehensive selection, global standardized exam. Round 1 pass rate 4.3%. Her name sits on the first page. 16-year-old, she stands at her name on the first page and draws a long, slow breath. Something settled deep inside her. So she'd been preparing for this for a very long time. Now at last the hours come to set out. She slides in her earphones. Her steps are a little quicker on her way home. 3 months later, on June 10th, she stands at the gates of FOS Military Command College. Oh, I see. Okay, I get it. So this is if the punishing or chaos contamination happened later. Or if Lucia came to life much earlier, right? Because her father was still around at the time. She's actually able to go to FOS College, despite the stuff with punishing happened way when she was a kid. FOS was already established before them, but she wouldn't have been able to become a part of it at the time. So I see. That's where some of these things are deviating from, but it's like some of the things are kind of similar. I see, yeah. And now we're seeing why Alpha/Lucia felt it was familiar being here. So she was actually able to become a proper commandant. Very interesting. To be precise, the gates of FOS College, which also marks the entrance to Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City. Oh, right, that place. FOS isn't built within an existing city. It's a super complex constructed by the world government near the equator.
structure with a zero-point engine as its heart, and a massive driver track as its spine. The largest single edifice humanity has ever faced. Are you serious? Of course it has a zero-point engine. From the ground, the platform gleams like a blade of silver-white steel thrust into the clouds. The track climbs the support tower in a single unwavering line, its far end dissolving into the blue of the atmosphere, so a bridge truly exists, reaching from Earth to the heavens. The day Lucy arrives, Dawn 3 has already secured the launch cradle of Bifrost. Wait, really? Okay. Damn, it really is starting to be different. Following the directions on her terminal to the opening convocation site, she wanders instead to the observation deck overlooking the launch complex. And that's why we're gonna see those other, like, teams or stuff like that, right? They're gonna be, like, her classmates or something. Whoa. Okay, here we go. So yeah, there's the alpha in this fit. Cool. Gotta say, she actually looks pretty cool. There is already... okay, yes. Yeah, so I was gonna be like, no way do they have these guys just to be generic NPCs just for the... or specific NPCs for characters already. I see. It's supposed to, like, fill, like, the concept of having other people be students at FOS. I see. Already packed. Different faces, different skin tones, different accents. Every one of them wears the same cadet uniform. All were selected through global standardized examination. Ages range from 16 to 19, 420 in total. But wait, why is hers a different color though? Just because she wants to? The inaugural class of FOS. Forward looms the immense silhouette of Dawn 3. Behind her appears Buzz with nervous, excited chatter. Lucy glances down at the roster on her terminal, then studies her fellow cadets gathered around her on every side. But it's also interesting because, again, her family's still around, right? She wasn't separated from Lucia, she didn't lose her parents, so they just live a normal life now. And again, I guess maybe the lingering feeling she has from, like, her experiences with the Vanguard team would make her set out for this. It's like they crammed the entire planet into one square. Who in their right mind holds an opening convocation next to a launch site? And this whole look, the decor, these uniforms, this square, it's all so hopelessly terrible. Let them meet the genius who thought military chic meant zero taste. I mean, to be fair, it's part of military. Does it really matter you look fabulous when literally fighting for your lives and you're getting stained potentially in blood? Come on. But yeah, it's like, why are their uniforms so different? Is it maybe like their honors and like the others are regular students? If it weren't for my sister, I'd be filing a transfer request right now. Excuse me. As a member of this academy, I don't see how tearing it down in public reflects well on you. I would ask you to take back your remark. Oh, okay. Another new person. Oh, it's similar hair color to, Alpha. Or, I mean, Lucia. Hero Lucia. Or, nah, I'll just call her Hero Alpha. Fuck it. Huh. And who are you exactly? Last I checked, my opinions didn't need your approval. Adelaide. Cadet designation 4. As your peer, it's my responsibility to uphold the reputation and good order of our college. 4? Wow. 4 placing you already appointed yourself hall monitor. Cadet designations are not by grades, so there's even less to brag about. I'm not boasting. I'm correcting the record. What you said earlier also constitutes a violation. Chapter 2, Article 7 of the FOS Code of Conduct. Defaming the Academy's image or its facilities is explicitly prohibited. Oh my god. A Code of Conduct citation already? I bet you're a blast at parties. Do you even have friends? My personal relationships have no bearing on this discussion. Please stay on topic. So that's a no then. Lucia takes her place at the rear of the formation. That's where she was assigned. Not far ahead, 2 students are arguing. Voice loud enough to draw a small crowd. Glances over no more than a flicker, then looks back down to double check the roster in her terminal. Fewer people back here. The suits are just fine. Slides in her earphones, leans against the railing of the observation deck, and waits for the ceremony to begin.
Something barrels into her shoulder from behind, knocking your earphones clean off. Her body reacts before her mind does, pivoting to soften the blow. Staggers forward half a step and spins around, catching only a blur. A glint of glasses, a loose sweep of hair, one flailing arm. It's a girl her age, pitching forward in a completely uncontrolled tumble. Wait, have we seen this silhouette before too? I don't know. I don't know if maybe she's like, maybe this like looks like Helga or I don't know. Whatever. Lucia doesn't hesitate. Her hand moves before thought, stepping out to catch the girl's forearm or position pulling her back. The girl's tumble stops mid-fall, her body lurching with leftover momentum. Glasses slide all the way down from her nose and droop. She makes a frantic grab with her free hand and misses. Then she crouches down to retrieve them, bending too fast, nearly pitching over the second time. Lucy has to catch her all over again. I'm sorry. I was rushing and wasn't looking where I was going. Are you okay? I'm fine. Don't walk with your head down, especially not in a crowd like this. No matter how much of a hurry you're in, you need to watch out for yourself. Gotta do my regular Lucia voice, because it's like, I mean, why else would I? Lucia glances at the name tag pinned to the girl's chest, beside a prim, scholarly photo. The name reads Joanne. Oh, I see. That's Signal, right? Because they detected another friendly signal before, in the present FO or at the other FOS. It was supposed to be under Joanne, but again, they never had one. I see. So this is someone who ended up at FOS, but in this universe, but not in the other one. Okay, that explains it. Slow down. You'll make it. Thank you. Lucia watches the girl vanish into the crowd. A faint smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Absently, she reaches up to touch her right ear. Then it hits her. Earphones are gone. Wait, oh shit, is it gonna be me? Am I actually gonna be here? Actually, no, yeah, it would make sense, right? Because, again, we'd be around the same age anyway. So it would be Lucia. Or, I mean, me. Hey, excuse me. You dropped this. Your earphones. To her left, the student holds her missing earphones. Thank you. Lucia reaches out to take it, and then their eyes meet. Lucy's hand pauses, just for a split second so brief that the other person likely never notices. Strange, inexplicable familiarity washes over her, passes as quickly as it comes like a gust of wind across the water. Ripples dissolving before it can even form. I see. That slight sense of deja vu, right? Because even if it's not something she experienced, it's something probably one of the other versions of her has. She takes the earphones, suddenly self-conscious, and rushes to fill the silence. You're first class too? Yeah. My name is Lucia. She has no idea why she's introducing herself. It's not the sort of thing she ever does. I know. She nods toward her chest. Lucia looks down and sees a cadet name tag, name printed clearly and facing outward. Dawns on her that her introduction was entirely unnecessary. The student doesn't laugh, but she catches the faint twitch at the corner of the other's mouth. I was just trying to figure out where I'm supposed to stand, and then earphones came flying on my shoulder. Sorry. It's okay. Good thing I got it. Just then the observation deck speakers crackle to life. Voice test the microphone cutting through the chatter. Sounds like they're getting started. Yeah. Thank you again for the earphone. The other student smiles, nods slightly, and glances down at the position number on the terminal. Pauses mid-step. Looking up, the student's gaze moves from Lucia to the formation marker on the ground below. Looks like I'm right next to you. Lucia glances down too. The assigned spots are indeed side by side. What a coincidence. True. Wow. Damn. So no matter what universe it is, the Commander and Lucia will always be tied. That's crazy, and I love it. Just then the speakers around them come alive. The crowd of students gradually falls silent. But I see, that's again, another difference, right?
a world in which she has the commandant and the world in which she doesn't. As it glances at the person beside her, it only now occurs to her that she's never asked for her name. But then she feels that she doesn't really need to. She'll know it eventually. Somehow that feels certain.
Hello. Can everyone hear me?
Oh, God. Wait, don't tell me he made her the head minister. Please, no. Accentua's voice rips through the speakers. Shrill's nails raking out a chalkboard. At least we're unabashed, almost gleeful excitement. Top of the platform, a woman in a long, elegant dress climbs the temporary stage in high heels. Guess the wind pulls at her hem and hair. Laying bare the sleek mechanical framework on her right arm. There's a wave of hushed voices through the assembled students.
What? Nervous? Don't be. Standing before you today is none other than your trusty rider, talk show host, angel investor, and certified nutritionist. Yours truly, Madame Cassandra in the flesh.
So what, like, how Madame Manzano was like a rich-ass, powerful individual in the shadows, she's one, but in the face of the public?
You think any other college would roll out this kind of welcome? I think not.
Pauses, clearly expecting applause, but none arrives.
You kids are a tough crowd, aren't you? Alright then, let's get down to business. That big metal pillar behind you, that's Dawn 3. Height 137 meters, taller than every single one of you laid out flat and stacked on top of each other. And the price tag?
Oh, so, wait, that's the Dawn 3? What, did the Dawn 3 maybe travel for another world and ended up becoming that pillar? I mean, it wouldn't be surprising. It reminds me of how in that other, this is the one thing that I'll actually say something about Trails Beyond the Horizon of my own volition. But it was the same, right? There was a giant angel statue that Van saw in, like, the plaza, or, like, the center march, right? But it's like, he didn't know what it was of, right? And Kevin and, what was it? Do you ever remember if that, group had found it, right? But they didn't know what it was, its name, or anything like that. But they took it because there was clearly some kind of, like, signal or some force of life that they could sense from it, but they couldn't sense what the energy was. And in the end, you learn that in the end, it was actually the pilot in the Excalibur unit turned into that. Crazy. Or actually, no, the angel thing, actually, the angel statue in Center March, maybe that would actually be a, maybe that would be a, damn it, what's her name? Why do I forget this now? Not Elaine, the actual significant character in Trails to Daybreak. Agnes, right. Maybe it was her from another timeline or something. Whatever. Anyway, doesn't matter. That's the only time I'm gonna, like, reference it to, like, maybe this big pillar being the Dawn 3 from another timeline or another world.
I'm not telling. You'd lose sleep.
A few stray laughs bubble up from the crowd. Cassandra's eyes flicker with pleasure like a comedian who's just located her audience.
There we go. I was starting to worry you'd all just stand there like it's a memorial service. This is a celebration, darlings. Now, as of today, you are FOS's first class. Inaugural cohort, meaning you're the first students this college has ever had. No president, no handbook. But interesting, because again, it's like, you're seeing there's differences in this timeline from or this world. Sorry, I should say this world, not timeline. This world from the other, right? Because, again, I never attended the actual FOS campus, right? The commandant attended the FOS college on the ship, but he didn't attend the one on the surface. But again, even he sensed a familiarity, and even though it was like he's seen it through books, it's like there was some kind of weird sense. No upperclassmen to ask which professors are easy graders, no old exams to panic study from, and no one to tell you the cafeteria food is edible, because the kitchen was only finished last week. The contractor blaming on transportation difficulties near the equator. Can you imagine? But you knew all this when you applied. FOS exists for one reason. To train the talent humanity needs for the voyage. Now, where each of you ends up on that voyage, Pluto mission control of the security booth at my private estate, that's entirely up to you. Flicks her hair over her shoulder and throws a smile of utter indifference. So let me be clear. The campus is built, the funding is spent, and all of you are already here. So dropping out, not happening. No refunds on tuition.
Of course not.
Which leaves you exactly one way to go.
Success. Gestures with her microphone toward a colossal structure rising behind her on Bifrost. Dawn 3 rests silently in its launch cradle, its engine nozzles catching the sunlight in a cold blue gleam. Upward. As if on cue, a gust sweeps through, setting a stage banner billowing in the wind.
And because I'm feeling generous on your very first day, I've arranged a little something extra.
Points back at Bifrost, tips of her metal fingers flashing in the sun.
You, my dears, will be the first human beings to witness Dawn 3's full thrust test firing in person. It's big, it's spectacular, it's breathtaking, and it costs an absolutely obscene amount of money. You think any other college will roll out this kind of welcome? I think not.
This time a real stir ripples through the crowd. A gasp here, an eager slap on her friend's shoulder there. Joanne's face lifts among the sea of cadets, her eyes bright as beacons between her lenses. Not far away, even Ophelia stands with her mouth wide open.
Here's what comes next. Once Dawn 3 launches, it'll complete the final assembly at the International Space Station. Then near the moon, it begins its acceleration toward Alpha Centauri at 1/10,000th at the speed of light. 3 years after that, it crosses the Kuiper Belt and gradually accelerates to 1% of light speed before reaching the Oort cloud. And yes, in case you were wondering, this is all coming out of my pocket. Every last cent. It's a magnificent story, isn't it? Grand, dazzling, almost impossibly distant. But here's the part that matters. Starting today, every single one of you is the lead in that story. The responsibility is already at your feet, whether you ask for it or not. And all of humanity is counting on you to rise. Your voyage begins now, children. And that's a wrap on your trustee's speech. Scene.
She retreats to the edge of the stage, leans against the railing, and fishes a lighter from her pocket. As she lights the cigarette she's been holding off on all this time.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but you can't smoke here. Oh, I know.
Moves her gaze alongside the students, the ember hand still glowing undimmed. Longsight's broadcast system switches to the standard mission channel. A mechanical voice begins counting down overhead. Dawn 3 full thrust test sequence is now initiated. All observation points report safe distance. T-minus 120 seconds. Propellant loading complete. All valves entering standby. Thick white steam pours from the base of Bifrost launch cradle as liquid oxygen flashes through the feed lines into vapor. The water deluge system is primed and ready. The great silver blade seems to draw a deep shuddering breath. Lucy moves forward, unconscious step, her eyes lifted to the sky. T-minus 60 seconds. Main control confirms engine pre-cool is complete. All systems go for automatic countdown. Silence falls over the crowd without being asked. Gathered on the deck are over 400 young students, playing closer than ever before to one of the most powerful creations in human history. Different skin, different breath, different words, and now every face is turned upward toward a single shared direction. T-minus 30 seconds. Adelaide stands ramrod straight, eyes fixed on unwavering. Ophelia has for once forgotten her to complain, mouth hanging slightly open. Joanne clutches the hem of her uniform, the reflection of the launch pad shimmering in her lenses. Lucia stands at the very back of the formation, the wind brushing through her hair. Past row after row of her classmates' heads, she takes in the sight of Dawn 3. And then, for reasons she can't quite name, her gaze drifts lower, landing on the back of someone's head in a row ahead. It's the person who picked up her earphones earlier. It tilted back into quiet, steady wonder. T-minus 10 seconds. The world goes silent for a single suspended heartbeat. Then, light. Brighter than lightning, it erupts from Dawn 3's tail. Sound comes next. A shockwave that tears through the water curtain, through the concrete, to the chest of every living soul, vibrating their bones until they sing. The entire Bifrost trembles. The water curtain flashes into a rolling white fog. Does it? Tons of thrust slam the column of fire into the flame trench. The superheated air wraps around the orange-red plume like a river set on fire. Dawn 3 doesn't lift off. It's only a ground test, The sound alone is enough to startle every bird for dozens of kilometers into panic flight. Enough to make every teenager gathered here feel it deep in their bones. Oh, cool, we're using the Anatomy chapter song. This is a pretty good song to listen to. Humanity's become a civilization that can reach for the stars. Lucy remains at the very back of the formation. Claw streams outward from somewhere ahead, pulling all the way to the edges of her vision. She doesn't clap. Her hands rest at her sides, her face unreadable. She never looks away. The peak of Bifrost pierces the clouds, seems straight at the heavens. A trail of gray-white exhaust still hangs in the sky, like a forgotten brushstroke left behind on the canvas of blue. A strange feeling settles over her, as though something has changed, beginning from this very moment. Standing with over 400 strangers in the hot window launch site, her ink still ringing, her heart still beating just a little faster than it should. She looks down at the name tag on her chest. Letters are small and nearly impossible to read in the glare of the sun. FOS Military Command College First Class. A faint curve touches the corner of Lucia's mouth. She believes that the path beginning here will carry her far, far into the distance. Damn, I barely got anywhere. Shit. Lucia's growth record box, filled with keepsakes from every stage of her childhood. First drawing, first crayon, one down to a stub. The report card from her first exam, the first scrapbook she ever made, and more. A headset that was just placed inside, along with an admission letter from FOS. Alright, give me a sec, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll try to do a bit more of this before we end the stream. Damn. Honestly, by this pace, I think I might have to do 2 streams to finish this, because this story is long. I mean, like I said, similar to a comedy situation, I'm invested in it, but it's gonna take a while. I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry to take a bit. Okay, the opening drill, like a frontrunner who has long since forgotten the sound of footsteps behind her. Turned to find she's no longer alone in the wind. Can't remember the last time she felt this happy. Okay, but very interesting point we got to now. I will say, this is crazy. But again, from what I can tell, we still have a long way to go. Within the first week, the inaugural class of FOS has learned firsthand how grueling military academy life can be. 6 o'clock, reveille. I don't know what that means. 5-kilometer morning runs. Oh god. Santa's room inspections. A schedule measured down to the second. On the very first night, someone broke down in tears. Probably me. By the third day, a cadet who was talked back to an instructor was made to stay in the rain the entire day. Oh god. By the 7th day, bonds had begun to form among the 420 cadets, though some still keep to themselves. One morning at the training ground, the instructor announces the squad assignments for their first holographic training session. Teams of 3, determined by lot. The highest scoring cadet leads. Rules are simple. Capture the flag. First team to seize the enemy's flag or eliminate all opponents wins. Holographic round hit counts as a kill. But when you're hit, your data's logged and you're out. Standard loadout, 1 training rifle, 3 magazines, 1 flashbang, 1 frag grenade. Don't engage eliminated cadets. No unauthorized gear. Don't leave the training ground. Close combat is permitted, but any technique that could cause actual injury is strictly forbidden. Violations will be met with severe consequences. Understood? Red Team, Cadets Adelaide, Nia, Lucia. Captain, Lucia. Blue Team, Cadets Joanne, Ophelia, Xanthos. Captain, Xanthos. Lucia hears an unfamiliar name and glances over. She recognizes that face. It's the person who handed her the earphones that day on the observation deck. Alright, yeah, because I guess first we'd just be trying to get ourselves adjusted to this life before actually having team stuff. Xanthos. The person's gaze sweeps across the crowd, lands right on her and gives a nod. What a coincidence, she thinks. The students now explain something to Joanne in a low voice. Joanne nods rapidly, pushing up her glasses in quick succession like a woodpecker. Off to the side, Ophelia stands with her hands on her hips, her gaze cutting across half the sight, locked onto Adeline. Wait, Nia? Yeah, I didn't even think about it. It's the same person, right? Yeah, again, I guess this would be different now, right? Because again, we're the ages we should be, but it's like, it's at a different point in time.
Captain, what's the plan? How are your marksmanship scores? Perfect scores, every assessment. Passing? Understood. From now on, follow my orders and stay close to me. The enemy's composition is similar to ours, which means the deciding factor would be courage and execution. Mrs. checking a magazine looks to her two teammates with a confident smile. So, I'll win. Simulation training field sits on the second floor of FOS's main academic building. Once activated, the entire space transformed into a simulated urban war zone. Crumbling buildings, toppled streetlights, stacked concrete barriers. Sides twist and turn through a maze of intersecting alleyways. 2 flags, 1 red, 1 blue, stand planted on opposite ends of the site. Adelaide's second floor window. You have Overwatch on the 2 streets out front. Nia with me, left alley. Understood? Lucy's assessment is swift. First move is to compress the enemy's attack routes, rather than rush the offensive. On the opposing side, Xanthos' deployment is nearly a mirror image. Joanne, hold here. Keep eyes on that main street. Call out you spot anyone, but don't fire. Giving away your position early is worse than anything. Got it, but what if they spot me first?
Then run. As far and as fast as you can to keep them busy.
How come I get sick with all the running around? I want to outsmart them, not outrun them.
Ophelia,
What?
you rank second in marksmanship. Across the board, right?
So,
First place is Adeline. She's on the other team.
what's your point?
She's probably set up on high ground somewhere. Your job isn't to trade shots with her. It's to get around her entirely. Take this route. Cut through the ruins on the east side. You'll cut up behind our line.
You want me to grab their flag?
Ah, I see. Giving in to her, like, wanting to one-up Adelaide, right? And she'd be the star. I'm sending you to beat Adelaide. Yes, that's the commandant for you. He knows how to put people in the best of situations to do exactly what they want. Mia's eyebrow arches, and a bright grin spreads across her face.
Alright, I'll give you that one. Not bad.
So it means to be the Grey Raven Commander, baby. In the opening minutes, both teams circle each other with caution, while the scattered shots ring out, echoing through the alleyways. Lucy moves at a relentless tempo, never lingering behind cover more than 5 seconds. She threads through the lanes, firing in short, measured bursts that choke off the opposing team's advance. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, it's the first time I'm actually fighting against Lucia, right? Because considering she's a construct and all of her field experience more than the commandants, she'd have the edge. But now that she's human, and that we're both receiving the same instruction, I don't know how it would go. Well, then again, I guess she had experience with her father, but again, we don't know much about a command to say if they can be even or not. Mia follows close behind, struggling to match the pace. Breathing's already starting to fray.
Captain, on the right. I think I saw... Get down.
Lucia presses Nia down by the shoulder just as a bullet rips through the space where her head had been. Holographic bricks explode against the wall behind them.
It's bait. What? They left that sideline open on purpose. Not enough cover. Clear approach. They're dangling it to draw us in. Adelaide, any movement on the east side? Nothing yet. One target behind cover at the far end of the main street. Not laying down sustained fire. Likely a spotter. Ignore the spotter. Watch our flanks and rear. Their captain's sharp. They won't hit us head on.
Yep, just like Lucia, always knowing how the command would do, and then vice versa.
Got it.
At the alley's far end, Joanne presses herself behind cover, palm sweating where she grips the rifle. Saddest had told her to take the shot. Just put a round down that way. Doesn't matter you hit anything. The shot only hit the air, but it was enough to stop them in their tracks. Joanne, pull back now. Take the side path next to you.
Will they come after us?
They will, but I'll be their target. Meanwhile, Lucia takes Nia wide, moving through the ruins to flank Joanne's position. Her steps are so light they barely disturb the silence. Her figure fading into the shadow play and broken walls. Then she turns a corner and finds a muzzle staring right in her face, her own rising to meet it at the same split second. Santos. Less than 10 meters lie between them, the gap broken only by the hulking shape of an overturned hollow car. Eva fires. Lucia's gaze sharpens by a hair, runs the numbers in a heartbeat. At this range, their reflexes are a dead match. Whoever shoots first might not walk away the winner. It's time to slip the shot. Damn, I wish we could actually do this as like an actual fight. That would have been cool. Santos holds still as well. For a handful of seconds, they stand frozen. Guns leveled, nothing but a ruined car separating them. Yet without warning, Santos is the last thing she expects. A sudden step back, a sideways roll, vanish into the alley. She gives chase immediately, but the far end of the alley stands empty. It hits her all at once. Her opponent never meant to engage her here. The real target from the very start was
Nia, your position? I'm at the corner just before...
Lucia spins around, pale blue glow up to where Nia stands, body engulfed in swirling data fragments. The system signal for elimination. On the high ground distance, a figure lowers her weapon.
One down.
Without breaking stride, she turns and pushes north to the eastern ruins, straight toward Lucia's flag.
Adelaide, Ophelia's flanking you. She's heading for the flag. I already spotted her. Repositioning now.
Actually, wait. I'm trying to think. Have we actually heard the names Ophelia and Adelaide? I mean, I know they're kind of common names that you can use for other stuff, but I'm trying to think. Have we ever encountered people like that before, or no? Probably not.
Stop her. Don't let her reach that flag. Understood.
Okay, so that's how I can do it. Shit, okay. At least now I know what to do if I want to, like, capture a screenshot of something. I keep forgetting that's what UI is. Adelaide vaults through a second floor window. Out of the corner of her eye, past the stairwell's edge, she spots Ophelia surging toward the flag. A route chosen well, carefully avoiding every firing lane she's established. Adelaide breaks into a sprint. Meanwhile, Lucia cuts through the enemy side alone. Take the blue team's flag and it's over. But a familiar silhouette still blocks her path. Gunshots ricochet through the alleys. They trade fire to cover from cover to cover, never static. Two knights testing each other's edge, sheathed and clashing in bright ringing burst. Every time Lucy attempts a breakthrough, Xanthus materializes on her path. Every time Xanthus tries to suppress her, Lucia finds a new firing angle and a heartbeat and force a retreat. Something close to exhilaration sparks in Lucia's chest. The other person's truly matching her rhythm. On the other side, Ophelia's closed in on the red team's flag. Planted in the center of a wide open clearing with zero cover and perfect visibility. Lucia picked this position for a reason, and when approaching will be caught dead in the open. Lucia's nowhere to be seen, even his ally up on her perch.
That's it? They just left us sitting here?
She moves swiftly toward the flag. Her fingers are just about to close around the pole when footsteps. Ally explodes off in a wreckage around the corner, fast enough that Ophelia can barely track the motion. In pure reflex, Ophelia's gun snaps up. Ally's muzzle rises at the same moment. Both triggers break together. Two shots pass each other into the air. Ophelia's round skims past Adelaide's shoulder, just wide. Adelaide smashes into Ophelia's rifle stock, knocking the weapon clean out of her grip. Her weapon's gone, but the flag is right behind her, one step away. Spins and reaches for it. Not happening. Adelaide casts her gun away and hurls the effort to Ophelia like a projectile. The two of them crash to the ground together, rolling in a tangle. Ophelia's fingers hold just an inch shy of the pole.
Get off! Let go of me!
Adelaide doesn't speak, puts Ophelia down hard, body weight anchoring her in place. Her right hand finds the hollow grenade at her hip, then pull.
Wait, are you out of your mind? Exercise regulation. Article 3. All units within the blast radius of a grenade are to be ruled as neutralized. You're still quoting regulations at me right now?
The white flash continues to damn! Hardcore, Adelaide. Well, then again, I guess this is a training simulation. She can still win by having belief in Lucia. So, it's a fair assessment. Because again, any kind of weakness that she would end up showing in battle would give Ophelia the opening, especially since they're so close to the pole. For the moment, they both remain frozen in place, still tangled together on the ground, as rays of data cascade over their bodies.
How long do you plan to stay on top of me? Get off! Next time I'm taking you out first. Count on it.
I brushes the dust from his skirt and lifts her gaze. He's blank and cold as a machine's.
I look forward to our next encounter.
Oh, my bad. Only three are left standing now. Lucia, Xanthus, and Joanne. Lucia reads the situation plainly. Xanthus is demanding every ounce of her focus. That leaves Joanne. She sells a false move using the broken sight lines to disengage from Xanthus' fire, but is hard toward the blue team's flag. Joanne crouches low behind cover, just ahead of the flag, but still getting closer.
Xanthus said, if they come close, run. But the flag is right here.
Bites down on her lip, grip tightening around the rifle. As steps into view around the corner, Joanne's shot fires on instinct, but it only manages to kick up the dust half a meter from Lucia's feet. Lucia's pace doesn't waver. It's past the second round, rifle coming up in a single hand, barrel steady and true. Joanne's eyes press shut.
I guess I'm just not cut out for this.
Now only two remain on the field. The blue team's flag is barely 10 meters behind Lucia. She doesn't move to claim it. Xanthus is standing right in front of her. We meet again. Once more, the two raise their weapons. No ruined card between them now. No alleyways to slip away into. Two triggers break at the same instant. They evaded almost perfect symmetry, once whispering past the fabric of their uniforms. Second round, third. The exchange falls into a rhythm, sparks bursting in sequence across the open ground. Lucia surges forward, clearing a concrete barricade just as Saddest folds over from the other side. The two nearly collide. Point blank. They'll fire once. Both rifles are empty. Lucia discards her rifle to the ground and sends a high kick flying off her left leg. Saddest slips past the kick with a tilt of the head and fires back an elbow. Lucia parries, her hand snapping out to catch her opponent's forearm in a reverse grip. Pulls, aiming for a throw. Saddest sinks low, yanking back on her wrist to redirect the momentum. Two break apart, each stepping back. The corner of Lucia's mouth twitches. Impossible to tell whether it's a smile or gritted teeth. Charges again. Lucia's attacks are fierce and sharp, like a predator that never hesitates. Santos's counters are precise, economical. Each block absorbing the force a beat before it lands.
Not bad.
Lucia tries to kick forward, Santos catches her by the ankle, and Lucia uses the hold to launch herself upward, gripping her other leg down toward her enemy's head. Santos releases and leans back, barely slipping the strike. As Lucia lands, she channels the momentum into a spinning sweep that takes Santos straight to the ground. Santos doesn't try to stand. Instead, Santos rolls to the side, sees Lucia's extended wrist, and uses her full momentum to pull her down. Lucia's balance vanishes in an instant. Max slams against the ground. Damn, they should have made a cutscene for this. That would have been hype.
You.
Looks up at the face just inches from hers. They're blasted with sweat, half coming in short bursts, eyes burning brighter than ever. Surrender? Freeze it for less than a second. The corner of her mouth comes upward.
Not a chance.
The core ups her force. Her body twists like a pinned fish breaking free. Versus the grip, captured hand closing around Saddest's wrist instead. So legs in and flips them. In an instant, their positions are reversed. Now Lucy is on top. Pins Saddest's shoulders to the ground, looking down. Breath ragged. Two strands of hair fall across her face.
What about now?
Just then, Lucy's hand produces a gun stock from seemingly nowhere. Almost the exact same moment, Saddest snatches an iron rod for the debris on the ground. So, who's going first? Meadow shrieks to the ruins. Lucia parries and sweeps with the gun stock. Xanthus deflects and thrusts with an iron rod. Sparks flying with heavy flash. Stock caves in. Rod bends. But discard their broken weapons in the same instant and charge each other barehanded. Xanthus catches Lucia's right fist between both hands. She immediately reaches for her opponent's shoulder with her left. Xanthus ducks, shrugs it off, and locks an arm around her waist. The two grapple in a deadlock, neither able to force the other down.
Still not giving up?
You first. Both are shaking with the strain. At the edge of the spectator area, a cluster of eliminated cadets press against the railing, searching for a better view.
They're still going at it?
What? Are we just stuck in a fucking deadlock?
Wow, this two looks so what?
Duran thinks for a long moment, then finds the word.
Well matched? Huh?
In the center of the field, Lucia kicks back, dragging Xanthos down with her as they slam to the ground together. They roll, once, twice, then both go still. Lucia ends up on top, hand braced against her opponent's chest. Xanthos' fingers are locked around her wrist, ready to pull her down in an instant. By now, the safety protocol warnings turn red. The sound of heavy footsteps closes in. Enough. They both look up in the same motion. 3 meters away, the instructor stands, his arms crossed, his expression hard as tempered steel. Ah, is it because we're not fulfilling the mission? We're just getting absorbed in our own desires? His gaze doesn't meet theirs. It's fixed on the ground, the disassembled rifle components. Shattered stock, bent shards of metal, the fresh unmistakable scrapes across their elbows and faces. What is the standard loadout for holographic exercises? Training rifle, 3 magazines, 1 flashbang, 1 grenade. Anything else? They'll fall silent at once, as if even their breathing has been deliberately stifled. Then what are these disassembled barrels and stocks on the ground? The instructor crosses to the monitoring terminal by the field's edge and brings up the recording. His tone remains perfectly level, kind of voice used to recite headlines. Wait, what? Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, fair. I guess we did kind of break the rules because we're only supposed to use what we're given for this, right? Blue Team, Ophelia. 3 instances of unauthorized provocation remarks over the comms channel during the exercise. Over the observation area, Ophelia, freshly eliminated, freezes in place like a cat that's just been spooked. Red Team Nia. 1 instance of unaimed fire toward a suspected non-combat zone without confirming target identity. Red Team Adeline. Failed to issue a mandatory 3-second warning before the grenade detonation. Detonation distance below safety radius. Polly sends a ramrod straight into the observation area, a twitch crossing her face. Blue Team Joanne left designated cover area during engagement into the restricted building complex C.
I was just trying to find better cover.
Wait, so he's saying like we all like broke the rules or didn't follow regulation? I mean, to be fair, if you were to make it like a mini anime or something, or even an OVA, it'd be a pretty good watch, I'm gonna say. And again, dude, it's the battlefield. It's unpredictable. It's never gonna go the way you want it to. So his eyes cut her wing. Joanne's voice shrivels on the spot. Finally, his gaze settles on the 2 figures still sprawled at the field's center. Red Team Lucia, Blue Team Xanthos. Dismantled issued gear and modified it into unauthorized weapons. Continued engagement of the Red Safety Protocol. Oh, right. Yeah, and that's what I thought, because we disassembled it and made new weapons of it. But dude, again, it's the battlefield. What matters is survival. You can think about ethics and like pride later, when you're alive. All members assemble. Instructor pauses briefly, force remains utterly flat. All 6 of them are summoned to the field's center, including the 4 who had already been eliminated and were spectating from the observation area. 500 push-ups, all of you. If even 1 person fails, you all start over from 0.
What? 500?
Begin. 1. 6 pairs of hands hit the ground at the same time. Asshole. By the 8th push-up, Joanne's arms are already shaking. Bites down on her lip, her glasses slip inch by inch down the sweat of her nose. Ophelia keeps her form sharp, though a fine sweat gleams across her brow. There's a sideways glare at Adelaide, who rises and falls next to her in a steady machine-like rhythm, expression perfectly empty.
Hey, you. Aren't you tired? Physical training is no place for idle chatter. Conserve your energy. I really want to deck you again.
51. Without warning, Joanne's arms give out completely. Glasses slip sideways as she collapses face first into the ground. Someone stopped. Start over.
What? You've got to be kidding me. I'm sorry.
Round 3. All 6 push past 150. At 158, Ophelia's arms gives way, and her knee slams into the dirt. Stop. Start over. Ophelia pounds a fist into the ground. Ash and grit are packed beneath her fingernails. No one knows what round it is now. The floor is flecked with sweat. 6 sets of breathing have merged into one ragged chorus, even like old bellows. Joanne's glasses rest somewhere below her. Can't see the ground clearly anymore. She only pushes through each rep by instinct. Tears and sweat falling together onto her hands, impossible to separate. Ophelia stops speaking. Every fragment of energy is poured into keeping her form. Face contorts with effort, sweat falling from her chin, striking the floor in small dark circles. Adelaide endures her island discipline. Her tempo is slower, but every move and hold, precise and broken. Yeah, I figured. 450.
I can't. Grit your teeth. Keep those arms locked. Don't give out.
You got it. Almost done. They hold on, teeth gritted, knowing that failing would mean wiping out everything the people next to them have endured. 490. The 6 shadows stretch long under the overhead lights, cast across the training ground floor, like 6 pillars about to give way. 499. 500. Good, you sacks of shit. Almost at the exact same moment, Nia was the first to crumple. Joanne collapses right after. Glasses are rolled somewhere a meter away. She doesn't reach for them. simply lies there, head turned to the side, gulping for air like a stranded fish. Ophelia forced herself to hold for 2 more seconds, so falling with others is its own kind of defeat. God damn it, Ophelia. Stumbles against the ruined wall, her face tilted upward. Her chest heaves in ragged surges. But, dude, why are we going with this kind of description? We don't have to. Looks utterly spent. Adelaide's the last to stop moving. She transitions slowly from plank to kneeling. Palms coming to rest on her thighs. Her head drops low, shoulders shuddering in tiny, involuntary tremors. The sounds that follow, she finally speaks. Voice is frayed down to a rasp barely carrying past her own lips. All members. 500 complete. Instructor says nothing. His gaze remains fixed at the center of the field. 4 to 6 have gone down. The other 2 are still on the ground. You see his arm shake. Sweat trails from her chin into a thin, unbroken line and drips onto her hand. Slowly, she forces herself onto her knees, pauses for a moment. One leg comes up, pauses, then the other. Swaying, she drags herself upright from the ground. Under everyone's astonished gaze, she stands. Legs feel like iron bars, heated soft, knees trembling faintly. She gasps for air, raising the back of her hand to wipe the sweat from her face, then looks up. Beside her, Santos is rising too. The same slow sequence, to the knees, one leg braced, the other foot planted, body wavering as Santos pushes upright. Lucy takes in the figure across from her, his red matted hair. A split at the corner of her lip, legs trembling, mirror of her own wrecked condition. Santos. The name crosses her lips again, so quiet it's barely there. Next time, I'll win. Speaks suddenly. The others pause for a moment, then answers with a smile. I'll be waiting. Lucy says nothing in return. Stands in the scattering light of the dissolving simulation, looking at the classmate at her side, some in her own age, as if seeing the person for the first time. The edge of her mouth curves upward. Like a front runner who's long since forgotten the sound of footsteps behind her, trying to find she's no longer alone in the wind. Can't remember the last time she felt this happy. Damn, that was a lot. Okay, how many did I go? 6. Damn it, I want to get at least 3 more, damn it. Or 4. But okay, I think this is a good place to end the stream. I really do think I'm going to have to split this into 2 more streams, because god damn it, this is long. Yeah, because 13, so I can have 1 of 6, and then we can do the rest after. And no, I'm not going to do that stupid thing, okay? I'm not dumb. But interesting, okay. Well, this is the new life now, I guess. Damn, it's crazy. We went from, like, this terrible, sorrowful, heartbreaking ending to this. Like, I can't even imagine, but again, it's like, it's a different life of a different person, you know? It's not always going to be the same. But, again, a lot of differences here, and I wonder what's going to be the most impactful of that, right? And again, it's that there seem to be a lot more pillars, at least around for Lucia for the time being, that if that is Lucia, who that person is, like, this thing, how does it end up like that, you know? It just makes me feel weird about it. But then again, it had the idea of Ophelia, right? Or not Ophelia, of Joanne, right? So why? Why wouldn't it be Lucia's own? Is it maybe Joanne had learned about what happened with Lucia and then she took that information herself to look for her, maybe? Because maybe Lucia did actually travel between worlds again and she's trying to find her, maybe? I don't know. It's kind of confusing with the stuff we're learning now. Because again, why would it have Joanne's signal and not her own? Is it just that Lucia can't because she's a construct in this world, so it just registers as something else? But then again, this creature seems to be made up of, like, different entities, right? Like, there's multiple here, so I wonder, is it all of one person or separate, or I don't even know, but it's getting interesting. And again, I'm liking this where it's like, it's a separate life, and not only her as a commandant, but we're all these other people too. And again, now we're seeing how Nia kind of becomes a significant character in this, because again, she actually was in our class with us at the time.
And yet here she is as a potential new cadet or commandant, right? In the present or in this world. And Lucia actually gets to walk alongside the commandant through their somewhat ordinary lives. So I wonder what exactly is going to be shaping up here, right? And the punishing / chaos contamination hasn't happened yet, surprisingly. So wonder what's going to start that up this time. Like, will it be the official launch of the Dawn 3? Will it just be the same old 0-point reactor? And again, will it be the chaos contamination that it should have been like the other timeline? Or, my bad. Again, I need to stop saying timeline. This is world. Like, that same world? Or will it be the punishing like ours? Because again, I also wonder, will we learn maybe there's some kind of difference between the two that's like more specific, and again, maybe is in the, like, being spread out because of some entity rather than just a natural force? I'm kind of wondering if that is the case, but then again, there's not a lot of information to grasp at to really make that kind of conclusion, but it'd be interesting. But that's going to be it of this for tonight, everybody. Like I said, tomorrow I will still continue Star Rail with a 4.3 story to finally be all caught up, so then I can stream something else on Sunday. Oh, by the way, I will be trying to continue my Final Fantasy VII series, because we did get that official announcement for spring 2027 for Final Fantasy VII Revelations. And now that that's come up, I gotta start catching up too. And I know there's still that Yuffie story that I have to go through in Final Fantasy VII Remake, right? That's the first one. So I'll have to go through that soon. So I think I'll make that for Sundays. I will still make Witch of the Holy Night a series, but I'll have to like probably just do it on days that whenever I'm free to do it. And like I said, in the next couple days, I'll try to do a Tales of Berseria Remastered stream to make up for today. Like I said, I just really wanted to continue where we left off on PGR, because the story is very interesting right now, especially with a main girl Alpha as the lead role. But yeah, things will definitely be changing pace this summer. It's gonna be a lot of catch up, but hopefully I can do it. And again, I'm pondering whether I should play that Wolverine game, because that's going to be close to my birthday as well, but also the day after my birthday, I think. Or is it the day before? Trails in the Sky second chapter remake will also be out, so we definitely got a lot ahead of the schedule, but I'll definitely try to figure that out. But anyway, I hope you guys did enjoy the stream for tonight. If you guys did and you're not already following the channel, please make sure to leave a follow. Much appreciated. Check out my YouTube channel where I posted the VOD. Subscribe there as well. Join the Discord, you guys already. Links to all those are on the channel. But this has been Xanthus Vice. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. I'll see you guys next time. We're out.
あなたの任務量は基準値を超えているわ。代わりに任務対象を処理したり、これをダウンさせてもいいけれど、どちらも嫌ならその手の端末をすぐ置いて休むことね。